And I gotta pay 1.7 to your bum ass son. He better be all you said he was. Keep it a stack.
No. Mm-mm.
I mean, I ain't got no draft picks.
I see
Got
LeBron
no draft picks.
asked his camp. He's like, his camp feels okay about it. They're okay with it. Like, you ain't got no choice, motherfucker.
I ain't got no center. My center is a third string center.
Like, come on.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Luka, I want Luka. I want to keep Luka, but why the hell would he want to stay here? I gotta convince him. You know, then you get the media bashing Luka because you don't want to play no defense. Like, you know.
If I'm him, I'm having an emergency meeting with Luka. Like, Luka, the longer this bum is on the team, the more they're going to blame you. So don't take it personal. We're going to sign you. Just stay here. Stay locked in. He's almost out of here. I would not let LeBron play more than another season for the Lakers. You have to go back to Cleveland and do your farewell tour. Go back home.
Yep.
See,
I mean, I've been to, a few years ago, I said that the Lakers should have traded LeBron for Orlando for the first pick to get old boy Paolo. Nah, you can't do that. And it's crazy. LeBron has been sitting there fooling people to believe he's still an All-NBA player. That was the most fraud. You know, we already talked about that. That's the most fraudulent All-NBA selection I've ever seen, bro. Yeah, you're the only one negative in the negative. And they, the zesty fanboys over there try to bring up other. They say Kobe was on an All NBA team. But here's the thing: Kobe was on an All NBA team with a team that was under 500. That the team was negative. The team for the Lakers were positive while LeBron was negative. That's the problem. You can look at they were a better team without LeBron. They were a better team when he was off the floor. That's the precedent. Yeah, T-Mac was negative something, but T-Mac had won the scoring title that year, and Orlando won 21 games. They were 21-61, and T-Mac was on an All-NBA team. Again, a whole different scenario. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was a bad team. TJ was just the best player on a horrible team, so they gave him All-NBA.
Yeah. Fucking this nigga did not deserve second team All NBA.
Nah, not even close. And again, you fooling people into believing. Look, LeBron has been I'm gonna say it. I don't really make too much content on it, but I definitely, every time y'all talk about it, I remind y'all he has been fooling cats for years because he hasn't played no defense in years. If he gave an honest effort to both sides of the court, OKC up 16 now. Wow. If he gave an honest effort on both sides of the court, you will see what he really is, a 22, 21 point. But for somebody that sits there, stands like a statue on defense, and yet he still has the ability to run down, get these little layups, add his stats in 30-point losses and 30-point wins. He's on the floor. If he only got 20, he got to make sure he gets 30 so it looks like he was the star of the show. All types of shit he been dealing, man. The Lakers have been frauded. They have been frauded. I know you've been shouting out your boy L Explicit, right? Making them songs, a bubble in a cup and no bag. This is not real LA fans feel, man. All you bought LA was a bubble in a cup. That's it. A bubble in a cup. Like, y'all Kobe is spinning in his grave, man. Y'all hanging up in-season tournament banners?
Yeah, that's the LeBron way.
Yeah. You get to the conference finals on a 43-win team and get swept and tell us, yeah, LeBron did that for you, LA. Y'all come on, bro. Come on. Yup, Philip Fry, bro. Philip Fry. Next time, man, I have a Johnny on. You got to pull up, man, because you had him crashing out.
Was that bad?
Oh, it was that bad? Because that's the thing. They not see when, and then they go over there. They make their own little echo chamber, so they're not used to people. Yeah, I always gotta learn. I gotta take the gloves off because if I go right at LeBron's neck, they going. That's what they do. They you know how fanboys are. You got your little cousins. If you go right at his neck, if you don't give him no credit, then that's when you just a hater, blah, blah, blah. You know, they get all in their feelings. They get all in their feelings. You know how I go.
Yep.
Now we can't have a conversation because you think everything I say, no matter how factual, it is, no matter how I say, bro, you can call me a hater all you want. What you can't call me is a liar. I can call y'all a liar because y'all always lying. 1 in 9 without Scottie Pippen is a lie. Y'all use that all the time. He was 1 in 9 without Pippen. Not telling everybody that when Pippen came in the league, Pippen didn't even start. Pippen wasn't even on the all rookie team. Pippen was. They called him Scott Pippen. Go back and watch a game from 1988, a Bulls game. They called him Scott Pippen. He wasn't even Scotty yet. He was Scott Pippen. Like, who the hell is that? Some dude from an NAIA school. They wasn't even Division I Central Arkansas. Hell yeah, they called him Scott. He wasn't even Scotty yet. He didn't get Scotty until what, 89, a little bit of the end of the 89 season?
Like Scotty. Scotty.
I mean, it was Scott Pippen.
He was Scott Pippen.
Yeah, but he was a Razorback. He didn't play Arkansas State. He played in Central Arkansas. It was the manager. Was a good draft manager and had was a team, like he was washing jerseys his freshman year. Y'all gotta understand that. Like in real talk, he was washing jerseys. Look, Dennis Rodman was like Cole from Martin. He was cleaning airplanes.
Yeah, they caught him in the gym. They found him in the gym, didn't they?
Yeah. So this is what was with MJ won his is that what he did it? Ooh, right there. Fell non-contact. Oh yeah, I see it now. He didn't do that. It was just hanging. They better pray it was just a something.
Oh my God. That pop.
Mm.
Like you see his shit just pop, just rupture.
I saw it happen. It was so funny, man, because they was, them homeboys, Jason Tatum and, the light skinned brothers got to stick together. We understand, this is the era of the dark skin. But him and Jason Tatum are like, homeboys, and for both of them to have Achilles injuries and stuff.
Yeah, it's tough. Oh my God, that is tough. What?
Crazy over the back. Yeah, they called that. That was a crazy over the back or Matherin. Over Elmer Fudd. Damn. It seemed like the edge just went out of this game, man. Like, I gave the Pacers credit for fighting and keeping it close. Actually had a halftime lead. But that's the next slide. Y'all act like Jordan had a super team, bro. The next slide that they give is acting like Jordan had a super team. Come on, let's stop it. Jordan really had some bums that did their job. And because they won championships with Jordan, their name get respected. So B.J. Armstrong was okay. Like, B.J. Armstrong wasn't going to start on nobody else's team.
Yep. Oh yeah. With BJ. See, that's the thing though. When you win a championship, your career gets elevated.
Exactly. Except for when you get it with LeBron. Because guess what? How they talk about Kyrie Irving in these streets? How they talking about AD in these streets? Nobody talks about AD like he's a champion.
They talk about AD like a stinking ass filthy dog.
Thank you. J.R. Smith got 2 rings. J.R. Smith shot 38%. He shot one finals. He shot 58% from 3. That's crazy. I look at the last 3 games, and they lost it because that's the one they lost in 17 to KD. But in the last 3 games, he shot like 80% from three. His name was talking about the. You know what Steve Kerr shot in his career from three in the NBA Finals?
40%.
27%. His true shooting percentage is 48.
Damn.
Steve Kerr got 4 rings.
Yeah, you do.
And Steve Kerr get respect in the street as a player. Yeah, that's his career. His career, he's the best 3-point shooter of all time. But in the NBA Finals, Kerr ain't do shit. Even with the Spurs, he was worse with the Spurs than he was with the Bulls. But because he was on those championship teams and, you know, made enough big shots to get there, his name get respect in these streets. LeBron, I mean, bro, you realize that Darren Williams, before he didn't even retire, Darren Williams just got kicked out the league. But y'all remember what D. Will was, right? Yeah. I remember when it was D. Will or Chris Paul, who was better.
Yep.
And LeBron got that motherfucker on his team in 2017. Remember when he said, I need a playmaker? We need another fucking playmaker? Yeah. They want D. Will. You know what D. Will was with Dallas? And D. Will started playing like a bum on purpose. And what did he do? He went and signed with Cleveland. People forget this shit. He started playing like a bum on purpose in Dallas so he could get released and go to Cleveland. And guess what? I guess he wasn't playing. I guess he wasn't playing because he was ass. But again, this is like your third string point guard off the bench. And you talk about, it's unfair. OKC, I mean, the Golden State Warriors got all the talent. There, boys.
Remember, he was fucking T-Macking them up in the playoffs, though.
Yeah. I remember when it was D. Will or Chris Paul, who's the best point guard in the league.
Yeah.
You know what? That's the problem, Mike Miller. He was playing like he was trash. And remember, he was the starter on Dallas that year. And he just started playing like a bum on purpose, so they would buy him out. And he went to LA thinking he was going to get him a cheap. I mean, not LA, Cleveland, thinking he was going to get a cheap ring. And what happened?
Sent his ass back to the trailer park.
Thank you. But Jordan can win with Steve Kerr shooting 27% from three. Just think about that.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all, these fanboys don't want to. They don't want to have these facts. They don't want to have these factual. Bro, think about it. D Rose was the next year. D Rose was the next year. They had D Rose and Wade and Isaiah Thomas on the team at the beginning of the season. Yeah. I know Isaiah Thomas was hurt and Rose came to my Knicks and damn near won 6th Man of the Year. So Rose went to Minnesota Timberwolves, right? And had a good season.
Yep.
Hey, forget that.
Forget it. Yep. Hey, they mentioned the Delonte West. You understand how disrespectful it is for somebody to make an advance at your mama?
Wow, let's keep it real. Who made the advance and who? I mean, Gloria was.
Gloria was in the streets.
Yeah. See, this is my thing about LeBron. LeBron, one thing I can't say, LeBron is a decent individual, right? He's a decent, I mean, as far as, I'll put it this way, he's a piece of shit as a person, but when it comes down to, like, he don't really, like, you know what I'm saying? He ain't in the streets like that, blah, blah, blah. So he's on that.
Nah, we're not, don't give him that benefit of the doubt.
Okay. I mean, you probably heard more stuff than I do, right? But see, the problem, I think LeBron's problem is that he's a single mother raised, single child, only child and single mother raised. That's the problem. Like, he ain't no big brother to toughen him up. He ain't no cousins to toughen him up. He's a beta because he didn't have men. Like, by the time any men came in his life, they were all kissing his ass because they knew he was their meal ticket to get to the NBA and all type of shit like that. As we know, Rich Paul pulled up on them selling jerseys. Now Rich Paul's a power broker agent, one of those powerful agents in the NBA. So that's, you know what I'm saying? Nobody was ever there to toughen LeBron up. He ain't had no big brother. Jordan had big brothers. Jordan had a father. You know what I'm saying? Jordan brother Larry, and I think that's the reason why Jordan, because Jordan, as we know, Jordan was the only guy to get that growth spurt and get to 6'6". But he said his brother Larry was better than him for his height. Problem with Larry is he only grew to 5'9".
Yeah, Jordan hit the genetic lottery. He wasn't.
He hit the genetic lottery, but he said his brother Larry was a beast.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That's why I say when I look at Bronny, if LeBron was 6'1", that's who we be. That's who we be. Good enough, maybe good enough to get to the NBA and have a couple of years, maybe. But bro, that same crab dribble, the same weak ass jump shot, no bag, a little bit of athleticism, he can jump.
Because they definitely said, damn, Miles Turner hurt. Yeah, it's looking at them boy.
21-point lead. It's over. Damn, Indiana ain't gonna get to 100. They're not gonna get close to 100.
Yeah, the refs blowing a whistle now. They insuring this belt to ass. They're putting a little bit of insurance on it. This is sick, man. I just hate seeing them win like this. No, Halliburton. Just like I would be saying the same thing if Shea got hurt. You know, I'd be like, man.
True, and you know, I will say that Shea is more like they ain't got no. They got. I mean, they did try with McConnell. All of a sudden, the air went out of that offense. The air went out of the offense for sure. But if FCA got hurt, then you don't have a replacement for FCA with OKC. Nobody else on that team could do what he do. Not even Caruso.
No, of course not.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you know, that's the issue with LeBron, and that's the problem. This is why he can't handle adversity. He can't get knocked on his ass and just come back and say, you know what, I'm gonna work harder. No, I need who else can I get on my team? That's the problem. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. That's the difference between these two young men, or these two. You know, again, LeBron is an all-time great. I'm not gonna deny him that. But bro, there's levels to this. There's level to this, and he's a beta male.
LeBeta
male. He's an office politician. He's the guy that's smiling in your face. Oh, you did a good job, bro. You did a good job. See, Jordan demanded you be great. And if you wasn't great, y'all had problems. Why he smacked Steve Kerr? And Steve Kerr stood up to him. You know what? Steve Kerr said, look, it at least goes to show you, at least show the rest of the team that I'm just not going to, take it. But Jordan he said, me and Jordan had a great relationship after that. After the famous smack incident. Yeah. See, LeBron is the type will say all this good shit to your face and go get you traded.
Oh, yeah.
That's the difference. He'll send your ass to the worst team in the league, the worst fucking goddamn market in the league. He'll send you to Charlotte or some shit.
They did Dalton Connect.
Bruh, yeah, you know, and then Dalton Connect had to come back to the team and act like they wanted him. That's coming. Come on.
Oh yeah, so look out for him. He's gonna be traded soon here.
Oh yeah, he got to get out of that toxic. Oh, so now the last trade was Reeves. Reeves done been traded for everybody, every superstar in the league. You know, they're going to want to go to Sacramento for Zach LaVine, and they're going to act like that's the shit. That's probably what's going to happen. Zach LaVine for Reeves, Connect. They need to get first round pick in 2036 or whatever.
They need to get a big man.
Yeah, they do need to get a big man. But, you know, it's all for them, it's all about a big three. Again, in the big three, we learning that the big three is just not how you win anymore. But, you know.
Hey, could we talk about something about Adidas? Adidas needs to have a statue of Kanye West in their office, in their main office building.
Facts.
Because every shoe that they put out has the design language of a Yeezy. That is a fact.
Facts.
Every basketball shoe. Look at it. Everything has a design language of the Yeezy, man. They need to thank him for saving them.
You're right.
I don't agree with Kanye sucking off his cousin and shit, but
Yeah, boy, that's the problem. That's the problem. Like he becomes with Jordan, Nike can still sell on the back of Jordan because Jordan's image is pristine.
yeah.
Did you see that Netflix series where Shaq and AI is trying to resurrect Reebok? They got Angel Reese and Buzellas and all these cats.
Yeah, they trying.
Yeah. Now, I definitely give Reebok another chance, man. Reebok has some joints. The AIs
all black Reebok Classics was hey.
Yeah.
AI was definitely holding Reebok down. Iverson, because kids and Iverson, people really buying.
Violence say yes. SGA's moment. Hey, look, SGA gonna get the trophy. We gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about the great season, the historic season. You know what I mean? SGA did his thing. I can't lie. It was a great season. I don't know how you feel, Zay. I know we all know he's a foul merchant, but
they had a great season.
all time season.
They had a lot of referee help. But we just keeping it real because there's no way you calling foul for some of this stuff. Like they need to let real niggas be NBA refs because these refs are compromised. It's just the NBA has the worst referees of any sport, hands down. It's worse than the NFL. It's worse than soccer. It's worse than umpires.
They worse than the WWE. At least the WWE, they train to look the other way.
Like they at least like, man, turn your head. Turn your head.
You get knocked out. You get knocked out right here, so you don't see the chair shot, even though you can hear them. Oh man, hey, so someone said AI get the AI refs. Man, I don't know, man. The AI can't even get that. The fake pictures. They can't even get the hands right. I saw what AI picture. The chick was barefoot with socks on.
Hey, the refs in the NFL. I mean, Patrick Mahomes has a special ref designated to him. You know what I mean?
True.
Hey, that's just how the game be sometimes, man.
No doubt.
Brady had his luck too sometimes with the refs. Don't get it wrong. Because all they got to do to fix a game is throw a pass interference or defensive holding if they don't want to. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's fucking defensive holding on every fucking play. They just kind of pick and choose when they gonna call it, or just like there's holding from the offensive line on every single play. But some is more blatantly seen than others. Creative Rob with the $3 said Scott Foster saved SGA in OKC. Remember Game 4? Yeah, I told y'all Game 4. The Pacers should have won this in 6. Damn, Siakam. The Pacers should have won this in 6. Oh yeah, hey, the Spreewell Dada sneakers. Yeah. I remember looking at East Bay every day at them like, man, I want these. Y'all remember the East Bay magazine? What's up, Muscle-less? What's the word? Spinning with Dada's. The Dada's. Dada's was iconic. That was, Dada's. Boy, with them damn, you had them spinners in there. Them spinners, man. Them spinners. Yep. It's a blowout Game 7. No Tyrese Halliburton. OKC got to do what they wanted to do. Yeah, soccer. It's like watching the White Sox, man. Shitty. Look at the rules way back on offensive fouls. Back then, boy, them offensive fouls. Sheesh. Everybody coming in. Make sure y'all hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like. This is sick to watch, man. SGA 8 of 24. God damn it. Got 12 assists. But I really fit, man. The Pacers should be champions. Do y'all think KD gonna lift the Rockets to a championship? Would this be KD's most valuable championship if he's got the Rockets a title? I think we know the answer to that, but I just wanted to ask y'all, make sure we on the same page. Mike Miller, appreciate you. He said OKC parade buses were ready before the game started. Yeah, them boys, they finna take the bus from the stadium to Love's truck stop, and they finna party. You know what I'm saying? They finna get them hips activated. They finna get them. He said,
boy, they about to party at the Chili's in OKC tonight, boy. Woo.
The boy finna meet up at the YMCA and have a party.
The Applebee's gonna be lit up in OKC.
Woo! And Chili's. We'll be eating all the Chili's.
People gonna be hanging off the post office.
The post office is sick.
Oh man, I'm trying to think of what where you throw a big after party after NBA championship in OKC, man.
Oh boy.
I'm telling you, Knicks at 26. That's my campaign. So you already know. You already saw what we did after the second round. So you already know what's going to be on it. We're going to be hanging off the Statue of Liberty next year, bro. Man. Man, I flew into LaGuardia. I had the window seat. You could see all the. I actually took some pictures, man, but I couldn't. My phone fell under the seat. And I saw Madison Square Garden from the plane. I saw Ellis Island from the plane. That shit was dope. I can't lie. I flew over Yankee Stadium. I was able to spot all that shit.
Man, I bet it's beautiful to fly over the city.
Yeah, you see the park. You see the whole park right there. That building in Superman, and walked up in Superman 1 right by Central Park. Knicks at 26 for sure.
Okay,
you understand what I'm saying?
The lead is down to 12.
Uh-oh. Yeah, remember that. Don't count them out till they count them out. Oh, my man said Omaha Steaks. Yeah, they're going to have a party at Omaha Steaks. Oh, man. Well, shit. Yo, I bet you the waiters and waitresses at the Omaha Steak they get good tips tonight. People going to be tipping real good.
Mm-hmm. An embarrassing letdown or meltdown if the Pacers come back.
Yeah. Tori, how you doing? Oh man. They're gonna be partying like it's 1987 up in OKC tonight.
Hey, they finna be at Cracker Barrel Airport.
Cracker Barrel. Yo, anybody from Oklahoma in the chat, tell us what's popping out there, man. Tell us when you have a good time. Cause I swear I felt bad for Melo when we traded him there. Like Melo, like what's lit out here? Yeah, dang Westbrook, man. Yeah, we got a Chili's open till 10.
Hey, yo. Love's truck stop is 24/7.
Oh man.
OKC was mad as hell when Walmart stopped being open 24 hours.
Oh, bro.
Hey, they're the only city that got, I think, 24-hour Walmart. I think so.
Maybe. Oh shit.
He said not a damn thing popped in OKC. Yeah, they got the Milk Olympics out there and shit. Come on.
All right, we go.
Here they go with the free throws, man. FTA. FTA. They try to put the game.
Man got the Jalen Rose jersey on up in the crowd behind Carlisle.
See, look at Matherin's shoes, man. Them bitches look like some Yeezys. They just remixed some Yeezys. Especially look at the Yeezy basketball shoe. Like, come on, man. These niggas stealing. Damn, TJ, you can't go up on Chet, man. Yeah,
Great block. Great block.
Yeah. When you going up on a 7-footer, man, you got to get that ball out of your hands ASAP.
This ain't over, but it's gonna take a miracle.
Yeah, them boys running though. Oh,
that was a lazy contest by FCA. Like just let him get the layup, or I'll give you. He did miss the shot, I guess. But that, why are you challenging him? I guess because you got to use it. But FCA did push him. He did give him 4-arm shiver. Oh, trying to save his 5th foul. I see.
Yeah, this shit is sick. They give him this. This is sick. What else, Sebastian? Shout out Sebastian. It's good. It's hot as hell in the door right now, huh? Man.
Y'all get the experience. It's hot in New York too, man. We gonna get 96 tomorrow.
Hey, that's hot. Is it humid out there?
Oh, very. And it was rain. It was pouring down raining overnight. So yeah, every time I stepped out today.
It's actually cool over here. It's been, today was 89. Like, damn.
Really?
Like, man, we used to that 115 by now, that 110.
Oh, they gonna call that incidental? Because that's what happens now when these reviews they say, oh, this it's contact, but it's incidental. Well, obviously it was enough. Okay, so they all upheld the foul. I think that was a good call. But SGA still got 5.
You say you think SGA joined LaForty in the Diddy game? He might have saw this.
Like Castle, what else to give LeBron that belt to ass? Oh, he gonna get it. He gonna get it all summer.
Oh yeah.
Y'all really thought after y'all called Lakers in 5 and they were gonna get to the finals easily and they lost in 5. Y'all thought we gonna let them off the hook? Hell no.
That's what's really crazy.
Yeah. That's the problem with y'all. As I said, it's like niggas go to the, you in Vegas, like niggas go to the casino, bet on the big tables, lose, and think they supposed to get their money back. Nigga, you out there ass bet. LeBron got getting Luka on the team. You got the second all-time leading playoff scorer. The second all-time leading playoff scorer on your team in his prime, and you lost in 5. Please. No, all of you 40, because again, y'all don't give Jordan Grace for being 40 on a team with goddamn Christian Laettner. Christian Laettner and Jerry Stackhouse. Y'all don't give Jordan Grace. Y'all actually want to bring that up to his already pristine resume. You know what I'm saying? Like, little Reggie Miller. Oh, that's very satisfying watching Reggie Miller. All in the crowd, all mum. Goddamn, with that goddamn. Now look, everybody, you can see everybody on the, in OKC is white. Why is Reggie Miller red? Did you spend that much time in the goddamn tanning booth, my dude?
Mm-mm-mm.
Reggie Miller like somebody killed his dog. Oh man. You want 22 Savage? You want Indy to win for Reggie? Yeah, Reggie, part of the unclutched mafia. Let's keep it a stack. Fuck Reggie over here. He part of the unclutched mafia. That man, boy. Oh Jesus, the glaze, the LB glaze. Come out of Reggie. Fuck Reggie. Boy, oh boy. They fired great. Okay, so yeah, 8 for 25, but he got the 12 assists, the 1 turnover. And of course the foul merchant got him to 27 points. He gonna get that MVP trophy.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Motherfucker Bron fans. Why don't they call it the LeBron James LeBron trophy? Hell no, nigga. It's the William Felton Russell trophy. And it always will be.
Man.
Too bad Bill Russell ain't here to give it to him no more. You know what I mean? The LeBron trophy. What the second place trophy?
The LeBron trophy, the second place one, hell yeah. Come on, Pacers, push it.
That's what they give it the finals loser. The whoever lost in the final, the most valuable player. Matter of fact, you know what the LeBron trophy could be? The in-season tournament MVP. There you go. LeBron James Memorial in-season tournament trophy. MVP. Oh man. Yeah, the Eastern Finals Conference Finals Constellation Trophy. Well, y'all, like I said, the man did it right. If he did it right, he wouldn't be catching all the smoke. He did it wrong. Like I say, he went to the high stakes table, lost, and thinks he gets his money back. Hell no. Hell no. You bet 50,000 on black and came up red. Fuck out of here. That's what he thought. Not 7, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. And I really believe that too. Yeah. You thought you was gonna pull a Bill Russell. Your ass didn't do a Nipsey Russell. Get out of here. Yeah, the Mickey Mouse trophy, the bubble trophy. And that's the next thing, man. That's the next thing. They started talking about that bubble. Okay, you down there in LA in Orlando with all the trimmings. You know, the one problem, this is the thing, right? Now nobody wants to talk about this. The one problem that what that bubble was is them brothers couldn't get no, you know what? You know what I'm saying? Like they was on a lockdown.
No, they was borrowing Rachel Nichols, remember?
Okay, yeah, I heard that. But see, remember what I told you? I what's the name? LeBron, word on the streets. And then somebody asked me, where'd you hear that? I said, it's on the streets. Nigga, with the word from the streets is LeBron is the one that snitched on Daniel House. Now again, it's Daniel House, right? You didn't do it. You know, if Harden got something, you wouldn't have said nothing. But Daniel House, and so when brothers saw that, like, bro, LeBron out there snitching on cats, like it's trying to get a little something from the, you know, mess that man marriage up.
Yeah, definitely did.
You know what I'm saying?
Like
you talking about brothers that can get 10s every night. You know what I'm saying? Like, just and they ain't getting nothing. That was the problem.
Yeah, that was.
That was the problem. And so brothers just really checked out. They mentally checked out after about a month. And that's why. Because I honestly felt the Clippers would have beat them Been waiting for Sunday.
Because like the boys were terrorizing Rachel Nichols in that book.
Oh shit! Goddamn.
I heard they had from room to room.
See, you can write you can write porn fiction on that. Go back at the bubble.
You said
Sideline reporter Rachel Nichols. A bunch of NBA on dog.
The Dwight Howard love the bubble. Like, yes. Come through.
Yeah. Damn, bro.
That's
man, we taking it off the rails for sure.
They said the Dwight Howard was like, yeah, party at my place.
Yeah, we taking it off the rails for sure. Well, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what they don't want to talk about. That's what they don't want to talk about. You know how hard that bubble really was. They couldn't get no bubble. That's the problem. Unless it was Dwight Howard, I guess. Jesus Christ,
freaky Dwight.
Jesus. Man, of course.
I remember when he was on the bench. Who did he do that? When he just straight up grabbed their manhood. He had a whole handful full of manhood. What game was that? Was he?
I can't even remember.
Man. Like Dwight Howard looked him in the eyes on the bench and grabbed his shit, bro. Like that shit was whoa. Like, yeah, that was in Houston. Okay, yeah, bro. When he was in Houston, bro, he like, bro, who did he do that to? He was on the bench, man. He just straight up grabbed him, like this is mine type shit. Like, how your girl will grab your meat. You know what I'm saying? Like, like this is mine. You feel me? You like, whoa, Dwight.
Crazy.
And then when the lawsuit come out, the dude pretty much said the same thing. Like, man, he held me hostage for this motherfucker. That's crazy.
Yeah, they was asking me about LeBron getting booed. I heard about this, and LeBron trying to, maybe I'll come to you. Look, we don't want you in New York, LeBron. We don't need you in New York. You are washed. I've been saying this for 5 years. Please. You are washed.
Because LeBron don't realize the longer he stay around, the bigger my channel gonna get.
No doubt, bro.
I hope LeBron stay around 5 years. Give me a good head start on this motherfucker.
That's what he got to, because this is the thing, man. He realized he's not that dude like Jordan. He's not the salesman like Jordan. And the bad part about it is he is an ultimate narcissist. He is the worst kind of narcissist.
Yeah.
Well, he can't be out the limelight. He can't.
I wouldn't be surprised if he make a stupid statement tomorrow. Watch, he gonna drop something stupid tomorrow.
Trying to make it about himself. Oh, I was rocking with you, OKC, all along. I'm the reason. I'm the reason why they traded SGA to you. Remember, because I wanted Kawhi on there, and Kawhi decided not to come to us, so he went to the other LA team instead. So that right there may be the GOAT.
He said, well, Steve Nash could be talking. He was like, to be honest, like, we really being honest, I really said if we didn't win the championship, OKC was going to win the championship.
Yeah.
Believe it. Yep.
I feel like we challenged OKC to become the great team that they came. Right there. I gave OKC more championships than KD did.
Definitely, yeah. Like, if you look at the game, and those who know basketball, sometimes a team can push you to be great.
Yeah.
That's what we did, to OKC. We pushed them to be great.
Yeah. I remember me and Drake, man, we went to the University of Kentucky. We saw SGA down there, man, and we told him, man, we said, bro, you gonna be in the NBA like us with a championship one of these days, man. See how Drake is going triple multi-platinum, and me, I'm the yeah. I told him I spotted SGA before anybody knew him. You know what I'm saying? That was me.
Like, sometimes people think your path is the A-all, B-all. You know what I mean? It's the A-all, B-all. What the
A-all, B-all, B.
What are you talking about?
Yep. Hey, yo, you see how my park broadcaster had to went to Santa Clara. Yo, it was Steve Nash that told me about Jalen Williams before anybody. Like I knew. I was telling the Lakers, man, just save up your draft picks so you can get you a Jalen Williams. So Jalen Williams come to the squad, man. You know what I mean? Come on now. And a Caruso, bruh. Caruso wouldn't be the player. Caruso would be the player that he was if he didn't play with me. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I taught him how to play defense, get them steals, and all that. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. I gave OKC more championships than KD did. So that right there made me the GOAT.
Okay, see.
Shout out to Caruso. He got more championships in the Western Conference than LeBron do.
Caruso got more champions.
Caruso went to the East, came back West, and won another championship. Matter of fact, yeah, because he was with Chicago all this time. So the last 2 years that Caruso was in the Western Conference, he won the championship. Yeah.
They celebrating this weak ass fucking shit. Fuck the Thunder, nigga. What?
Yo, Applebee's downtown OKC finna be popping. Oh my God, go get your seats.
Oh,
go make your reservations.
Let's meet up at the Goodwill, bro. Come on. The Goodwill's still open, G.
Where the parade route gonna run? It was really good at OKC, man. 19 seconds. They're running it down. Funny, man. All the LeBron teammates that left LeBron and won championships, and he's still talking about that bubble in the cup. KCP good. KCP going over to Memphis. Watch him hook up. Matter of fact, Memphis might buy him out. He might run up on a real good team contender next year. I see Kenrick Williams, Jalen Williams, and the other Jalen Williams. And we got 3 Williams on the same team.
Fuck him. He said, Kobe said, don't hand them fake banners up. Yeah, don't hang them.
Exactly.
Don't fake banners. Don't goddamn.
Cracker Barrel. Standing room only. Get your reservations at the Cracker Barrel. OKC.
Man, what happened to Old Country Buffet, man? Old Country Buffet.
They went out of business, I believe. I remember them Country Buffets.
They used to save lives, man.
Okay, they got the red spotlight, the red and blue spotlights. Obi Toppin. My man Isaiah Hartenstein, an NBA champion, left the Knicks and won a ring. Man. Almost like we made that, brother. See now, this is my chance. This is my time to cloud chase.
Now it's over.
This is what Shodies. Oh yeah, shout out to Shodies. Shodies at OKC finna be lit. Too bad it's Sunday. Too bad it's Sunday. Chick-fil-A ain't open.
They outside shooting their shotguns in the Elmer Fudd shit.
Oh man.
Hey, they need to send me NBA, if you listening, send me one of them Pacers championship shirts before you send it to Africa. You know?
Yeah, boy, I need something to clean my floor. Man. For sure.
Hey, you gonna see
Put the Swiffer mop. Put it over the Swiffer mop.
Hey, let's get that shipment from it. Go to Africa, man. NBA, we need it. Pacers are the real champions. But congratulations, OKC.
OKC. Yes, I heard the white boys on the team. Well, actually, I'm sorry. iHeart is black, y'all. He's blacker than black because he's black, y'all. He the only half black ginger from Germany in the NBA. Oh, look at Chet's dad.
Look at Cliff. Hey, all right there, Cliffy. See you vote. Yeah, it turned out like that. I do OKC only in a 7, man. Once Alabama went down,
Oh, is that one few?
what is that?
The coach of Gonzaga. Hogan went to Gonzaga.
Look at the people crying. My God, we've never experienced this.
Look at man, yeah, he's on crutches, so it don't look good for Alabama.
Oh my God.
No, Hartenstein played with the Clippers, the Knicks for a few years, and now OKC. That's not true. I believe before the Clippers, he was with one other team. McConnell's hurt. They tell McConnell's really hurt. He gave it his all, man.
Y'all remember seeing LeBron crying after this?
give me one of them, yes sir. Give me one of them, yes sirs. Damn, I don't look at Reggie Miller rocking a Chris Mullin jersey, red as hell. What's a Joe year? Honestly, I mean, they ain't call that double dribble in game 1, so I ain't mad. Just saying.
He like, man, I let Reggie down.
Fuck Reggie, clutch agent. Remember that. Don't forget that, fellas. Reggie is a clutch agent.
King Speech hate.
Reggie is a clutch agent. We don't do them over here.
The bum traded Caruso to keep Harden Tucker.
Yeah, you forget about that. Horn Tucker. Remember they were talking about him being Kobe 2.0. I mean, bro.
Yeah, they was trying to amp Horton Tucker, man. They was
and traded that nigga within a year. You had Kobe 2.0 and you traded the motherfucker within a year.
I want LeBron to be a GM. They're gonna fire the fuck out of him.
He gonna try to own some shit. Ain't gonna realize, just like Jordan, it ain't that easy.
Hell no, especially with all the.
I heard they gonna give him a piece of the new Vegas team. See that? Now look, what's the name? Silver, knowing full well they saying that the Lakers sale is going to delay the plans for the expansion team. So I'm gonna be fucking 60 years old before we see these new teams, man. That's some bullshit.
You know, if they give LeBron a team in Vegas, I'm banned from the arena, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a bolo out for you. Be on the lookout for 93Z.
See, and that's another tactic because they're trying to get in the CBA where players can get ownership stakes in a team because these rival teams overseas, like they're trying to get some shit in Dubai in the Middle East. If they start taking some of the NBA players by giving them ownership, the NBA is going to feel the need to compete. So they're going to try to start working in like ownership percentages into, obviously the biggest stars are going to be the ones to get that. But it's kind of, it's going to go.
That's really going to open up Pandora's box because.
Oh yeah. Because what happens if you got to get traded? Like, what I mean?
Yeah, I got to give my ownership, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a lifetime deal type shit,
They might, what they might could do is they might be able to give them like, put a certain level of money in the fund so that they can come in and one day buy into any team. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so a team can pay them deferred money. But by the same token, the players are going to say, hey, look, we're the ones growing the teams. Like, we need to be compensated to the point where you're getting better on our, again, like Melo with the Knicks. I even said this for LeBron with the Heat and everybody. The team is getting more value on the back of these stars. So the stars are going to want to be compensated for the increased value of the franchise. And it's like, if overseas leagues want to start poking some of, you might have an overseas ABA type situation going on, and the NBA don't want that, so they're trying to figure out a way to work that in there. You know what I'm saying? So
We trying.
yeah, look, like Miller, 2 players LeBron traded. Walk got a ring. LeBron still reminiscing on that bubble in the cup. You gave LA was a bubble and a cup. You want a statue, but you ain't done enough. You gave LA was a bubble in a cup. You bum. shout out to L Explicit, man. He dropped that fire. Oh man. So we're gonna see the Larry O'Brien. I remember they brought out to West Fourth. They brought the actual Larry O'Brien trophy out there one day. I don't know I think it was the actual trophy because you're not making a big stink in it for a replica. So they gave us a chance to take a picture with the Larry O'Brien one summer. I was like, all right, he had it on a bus.
Man, the Larry O'Brien on the bus.
Hey, look, why we doing 2020? Look, we skipped the 2020, go back to 2021. Okay, 22, 23, the Denver Nuggets. Last year with the Celtics. And this year, down there in OKC before they hit the Cracker Barrel. Before they hit the Cracker Barrel for the after party.
Just the messenger said, like it or not, OKC built to win for a while.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they built the right way. They still got them draft picks they can bring in another starter. They got not even a starter. They can just bring in whatever player they feel they need, and they still got cap space. And they are going to have to pay the guys like Jalen Williams and all these. Remember, Jalen Williams makes $4 million. He makes $4 million next year. So, he's still on his rookie deal. He got a lot of guys on a rookie deal still, helping the team win.
Chet still on his rookie deal.
Yeah.
He's about to re-up.
There you go. Yeah, so you're going to have to pay them too. You're going to have to pay Jalen, and you're going to have to pay what's the name. But,
I don't even want to look at Sam Presti. He's so thankful. He about time, nigga.
Yeah.
You had fucking 4 MVPs.
Yeah, let's check LeBron's Twitter because he done made it about himself already.
Congratulations to the yep. I'm taking my talents to OKC.
Mm-hmm. We don't want you bum. Shout out to Mark Daigneault. That's another guy. They brought him in when he was 29. Billy Donovan brought him in. They made him a G League coach. And by 2020, they made him the coach of the NBA team. Now he's a champion. Oh, yeah. The funfetti flying through the OKC arena.
The fanboy, when fanboys, when they don't have a comeback for what you're saying about LeBron, they just talk about how unsuccessful you are compared to him. Yo, that shit crazy.
I know. Like LeBron care about you, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro.
Like LeBron doesn't even know you guys.
And he doesn't know that you caping for him as well. So,
like, it's crazy, man. Because I'm regular. I'm a regular person, just like how anybody is. But like when I started to see NBA players watching my videos, and Kwame Brown reacted to one of my belt asses, I was like, damn, these niggas really watching my shit.
Oh, damn, man.
Somebody done sent one of my videos to LaFoe. I know it. These niggas watch it.
Mm-hmm.
They watch my shit.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know basketball. They watch my shit, bro.
See, you know what it is too. You would think that he would see AOH or Sports Offenders Rams or you and change his ways, but no, he's born a little bitch ass nigga.
Yeah,
Sorry, he's a band.
yeah, that's a fact.
He a band. He a band. He a band. He a
They
band. He a bitch ass nigga. He's a little clutch guard.
like man, these guys, even like ESPN, bro, like they'll say stuff that you hear us say on YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
on Get Up, on all of these different, on Speak, all these different shows. You hearing our lingo, you hearing our conversation,
Yep. Yep.
but
And
they
they
don't.
know. And they mad. And they mad because they want to fool the dumbass masses. There's a lot of dumbass, a lot of dumb. And I hate to say it, man. Some of these people, some of the cats, dude, whether you like LeBron, whether you like whoever you like, you like. If I only mess with people I can talk basketball with. If I can't talk basketball, you like your cuz. We saw we beat your cuz down, and then in that little debate. But we could talk basketball with him. We could talk sports with him. You know what I'm saying? That's it. But LeBron likes to appeal to the dumbest motherfuckers to believe that what he's doing is actually that special. It's not.
Yeah,
It's not. Look, the personal longevity thing, the fact that he can still run and jump at this age, whether it's chemically enhanced or not, that's amazing. But you have not learned how to buckle up, put your pants on, strap up your boots, and go to war, and do it fairly. You do shit like, bro, you got injured. You pulled your groin trying to fake a goddamn elbow contact from Jason Tatum. That happened this year, bro. You legit hurt. Well, I know y'all said it was the sabbatical, but the groin injury thing. And again, that's the next thing. Always an injury with you. We got to hear about an injury after the fact, bro. Come on, man.
y'all
Come
said
on.
LaCuz will be back for the season, y'all. I'm gonna try. Me and LaCuz gonna try to watch some of these games.
So the Bill Russell Trophy officially went to SGA, the foul merchant. Shout out to SGA, Finals MVP.
He earned it, man. He earned it.
Yeah,
Man.
for sure.
You know how many acting classes he had to take?
No doubt. No doubt.
You know how
More than John Cena and LeBron combined.
how many classes he had to take to learn how to fall like that and himself?
Stuntman classes too.
Y'all know what time it is, man.
Cause yeah, like a wrestler, you gotta learn how to take the bumps. You gotta learn how to fall without bruising or injuring yourself. You know what I mean? I know how it go, man.
Hey, I got a bunch of motherfucking gaming clips. I need to put some of these gaming clips as B-roll in these videos. Because, like, man, I need to get that's one thing I'm trying to work on my editing is getting my B-roll and shit right. You know, I like that shit.
Yeah.
Daryl Jones with the 5. He said, "Hey, TMZ have a clip of LeBron getting booed as he was in a restaurant or an event last night in New York." Now they talked about that a little bit. I gotta go.
Yeah. They asked me if I was there. I'm like, nah, I was tired. We was knocked out. All three of us fell asleep last night. Wifey, the baby and me.
Let's see if we can play it. Oh, LaCuz calling me right now. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
LaCuz.
Yeah, what happened? You watch the game?
Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm on live right now. They can hear you. Say what up to the chat, man.
Oh, what's going on, chat?
Hey,
Yeah,
LaCuz.
Kim Hill with King's Speech. Yeah. LaCuz.
What's happening?
He can hear you. He said, "What's good, King's Speech?"
Chilling, man. Chilling. You know, Streets out here want you to make another appearance.
So what y'all think about this game?
Tyrese Halliburton tore his Achilles. That's the game. He was 3 of 3 from 3, 9 points. They
So wait. Hold on. You switched from a Timberwolves fan to an Oklahoma City fan?
oh hell no! What the hell wrong with you, cuz?
Which one
I
is it?
don't like the free throw merchant. You see how
No, 'cause you flip flop the teams like every round, like whoever wins.
Cuz this,
So who you rooting for?
you ain't called me to talk about the playoffs in weeks, cuz. It's LaFoe.
Yeah, you absolutely right. You absolutely right.
You see,
So what?
LaFoe gone. Y'all don't watch the game no more when LaFoe gone.
Nah, because it was really kind of boring, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's boring because LaFoe ain't in there.
Yeah. You know this going on, but look who you still talking about. You still talking about the 40.
Oh man, here you
Instead of getting the coverage to the finals and all,
I'm on live with the finals right now.
but I seen the recent videos. He talking about his tournament and with hostage, and he still get the coverage though.
We got to. Okay, so
Yeah, he lost a month ago.
More than a month ago. But because you forget that LeBron keep opening his mouth, entering the news cycle while we got 3 days between each game.
if he steady trying to get into the news cycle to steal the shine away from the playoffs, we got to talk about it.
You don't want to talk about nothing but him before they. That's ridiculous, man.
We tell the truth around here.
We done talked about everything. We done talked about everything tonight. We done talked about greatest female rapper. We done talked about the clips. We done talked about
the truth.
Yeah.
Don't say the truth is your truth.
Okay, so debunk my truth then. Why is nobody debunking the truth?
What is your truth? Tell me your truth. I want to hear your truth live right now. What is your truth?
LeBron James is an underachiever. Is a loser.
Wait, hold on. You validated your point right there. How can he be an underachiever when he had the expectations he had coming out of high school?
Who was he compared to out of high school? Who was he compared to?
At 16 years old.
No. Who was he compared to, cuz? That's the question. Who was he compared to?
16 years old, 15 years old in Sports Illustrated.
Cuz, who was he compared to?
Sports Illustrated, 15, 16 years old,
Cuz,
saying this could be the greatest ever.
Cuz, who was he compared to? Who was he supposed to be in the NBA when he was getting compared coming in out of high school?
I don't understand what you mean supposed.
What were the expectations for LeBron James coming out of high school?
The best ever.
Who was he compared to?
What you mean? Who was he compared to?
Who did they say he was going to be? The next what?
No.
No.
He was going to be the greatest ever, not the next who.
Oh my God! See, he don't even want to admit. You see how you can't even get a fanboy to admit.
Tell me your truth.
Because he was compared to Michael Jordan, right?
No, he wasn't. He got more magic than Michael Jordan. Being a big guy, 9'6", that can handle the ball, but his athleticism way better than Magic.
He would be compared to Michael Jordan.
No, he wasn't.
Just keep it real.
That's false.
Okay, even if he getting compared to Magic, did he meet or exceed those expectations?
He is a better basketball player than Magic Johnson. Yes.
Hey,
hands down.
Why he got less championship rings?
Why don't he got as many championship rings then?
He got more points than him.
What? We're talking about rings. We're talking about winning. You're talking about stats. We're talking about individualism. We're talking about
rings. Then, bro, if it's about rings, Bill Russell the best ever. He the GOAT. Let's leave this shit alone.
Hard stop, son. Fell asleep.
Hey, okay. Did Bill Russell better than Jordan and LeBron then, right? Okay. All right, long as LeBron ain't the GOAT.
You keep mumbling and bubbling rings. You keep saying rings. What about rings?
Cause he done built the team to his specifications. Cuz.
Oh, come on, man. Listen here. When Jordan asked for Rodman, is that building a team? Come on, man.
Jordan never asked for Rodman because Jordan never asked for Rodman. That's not how it went down. You ain't finna lie to this audience and say Jordan asked for Rodman. They actually had to go to Scottie and Jordan, knowing they had the battles back with the Pistons, to say it. Is it okay to bring them here? Do y'all have beef? And it's like, nah, we gonna welcome anybody to help us win. That's how that went down. Greg Popovich traded Rodman for Will Perdue. He took Will Perdue back.
He's talking about the system.
Michael Jordan wanted in the system because he couldn't win outside the system before or after.
So who can? He won, right? No, it's funny. These brothers on FYF say Jordan fought. He never embraced the triangle system yet. He won 6 championships in 8 years playing that system. That's amazing. To be in a system you didn't like, it still won.
Let's tell the truth. He retired after 3 and came back and won. No, he retired after 3.
Mm-hmm.
About 14 months. Came back and lost.
He didn't sit. He played baseball. That's a whole different sport. That's a whole different muscle group you got to work out. Anybody know play baseball? Know that's not just sitting.
Baseball.
You said what?
Who do you want to penalize because Michael Jordan played baseball?
He went to go do something else, man, and he came back.
We're not penalizing anybody.
Full season after that.
We're not penalizing anybody. Scottie Pippen got a chance to grow up and be a leader on his own, so it wasn't that easy. You know what I'm saying? And then put up the Air Jordan and said, "Brother, come back." You know, Jordan wouldn't have came back if baseball didn't have the strike. Remember, the players when it was on strike. Jordan wasn't gonna, Jordan wasn't gonna break the barrier. Like, he wanted to be a scab and come back in. So he said, "All right, ain't no baseball going on right now. Let me come back and play baseball. Let me come back and to my day job."
Scottie was on his own. He couldn't win on his own because Michael Jordan was on his own. So y'all got no basis of saying that.
Bruh, you act like Scottie Pippen was just like a legend or something, like just something out of this world, like an unstoppable force.
In 92, he was one of the 50 greatest players of all time.
In 97.
That don't mean shit.
In 97, you mean?
Yeah,
okay.
He was whenever they did the 50 greatest players, he was one of them.
Yeah, 4-time champion, the second best player on the 4-time champion. Yeah, that's probably gonna do it.
And he was drafted. He wasn't drafted with Michael Jordan. He didn't come out the womb with Michael Jordan either. So what is you talking about?
Right, he didn't come out the womb. What the fuck is you talking about?
I mean, this is what we need to, because again, they go to bring up Scottie Pippen, but forget that LeBron played. Now he played with Luka, AD. He played with. I mean, my God, he played with.
He done played with the Williams. You done played with D Rose. Man, he done played with so many players.
Hey, don't forget Shaq and
Shaq.
Yes, he did play with Shaq. Ray Allen. Woo.
Hey, when your longevity, when you play 22 years, you got to play with somebody.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you got not a whole wing of the top 75, but especially on one team, and then that wing don't even make the playoffs. But he played with Melo. He played with Dwight Howard twice.
How many top 75 players he done played with, man?
Hey man, y'all.
Rajon Rondo twice.
Y'all bring up names that was in the twilights of their career. They was at the end of their career.
Yeah, they was in the twilight. Okay, regardless.
Ray Allen.
I mean, y'all bring up George Gervin for Michael Jordan, right? He had the one season with George Gervin, the Iceman. We'll accept it. Y'all bring up Robert Parrish as a Hall of Famer that Jordan played with, right?
He win. What did he win with George Gervin?
No.
Oh, he didn't win out with Jordan, but he did win with Robert Parrish, though, right? He gave Robert Parrish another ring.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, yeah, in 22 years, LeBron has played with everybody, right? But in 22 years, LeBron hadn't played in a system. 22 years, it's the same LeBron system.
No.
And he's only
never been in the system. The closest system he ever been in was in Miami. And
he played in his own system, cuz. He is him having the ball. That's his system. That's what we're saying. And he's only has 4 championships in 23 years.
22 years.
It's about to be 23, cuz. Let's just go ahead and get it out the way. Because there's no way y'all winning this year. There's no way.
Hey, throwaway. We got another appearance of LaCuz, so we definitely got to talk about this. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? The West is wide open. You see what OKC just did to the West?
The West is wide open. It's
oh, so what do you like for the Lakers next year?
Yeah. Now, what'd you say, King Speak?
You know, what is his outlook on the Lakers next year? They got new ownership and everything. What are the Lakers gonna do next year, LaCuz?
Okay, they got to address the big man position. They're gonna address a defensive wing, like a 3-and-D guy.
Somebody's gonna get them that because they got no draft picks, right?
Okay, I understand that.
So who you getting rid of? Who gotta go?
Who gotta go? I'm not gonna say anybody go.
But that's the only way you can add players if somebody leave. What are you talking about?
Hey, slow down, man. Slow down. I don't know what you've been drinking and smoking tonight, but look, slow down. They have pieces that they can do something with. They got a Rui Hachimura. They got an Austin. They can
right, cuz. So let me know from your perspective.
They don't want to trade, but they can dangle Austin Reeves out there to see what they get.
Dangle.
Them out there.
Dangle.
Yeah, they can dangle them out there.
You talk about like the Lion King, right? When he hold up, when the monkey hold up Simba, and that's what they're gonna do.
Well, they're gonna do him how Suge Knight was doing, hanging off.
Yeah, like he had Vanilla Ice dangling off the balcony.
For Austin Reeves, if Austin Reeves is in the package for Bam and Miami, you got.
Oh, so Bam, the Miami Heat gonna give you Bam and what? Bam and Tyler Hero, Austin Reeves.
Miami Heat is gonna get something for Bam because he didn't sign an extension. He's not looking to sign an extension.
Oh, so they're gonna give him to LA for Austin Reeves now. And who else is gonna go there? Rui?
Yeah, you can throw Dawson Connect, you can throw a Vanderbilt, they got trade pieces.
Oh wow. So that you're gonna get one player for 4 players. So now how you filling out the rest of the roster? Because you got your center. All right, let's just say Pat Riley will take all that for Bam Adebayo, an all NBA defender.
Yeah.
Okay, so who where you getting your next shooting guard from, and where you getting your next backup? Like what are some of the young talent that can help put the LA geriatrics over the top?
See, that's the thing. They don't need a young talent. They need a young player that is strong in a specialty area, like a defensive specialist. I wouldn't mind seeing the guy Godwin in that role as a starter.
Godwin? Okay, Godwin gonna step up. All right. I like, like they say, hey, you never know, man. Godwin could be that dude. All right.
Luka and LeBron offensively, they're great. They don't need another great offensive player. They just need somebody that can make stops.
He said LeBron and them is offensively great. How many games we done seen LeBron with 11 points in the fourth quarter?
I know LeBron is the all-time leading scorer, so I know that's great.
Right.
Okay.
This be the game. That's not great.
So
he a great record of never LeBron.
Good. So he the greatest scorer.
Yes, on the paper he's the greatest.
Wait. What's up on the paper?
So wait. Okay, I got a question. I got a question for you, because in the fourth quarter of the first round, they scored 85 points in 5 games. That's 85 points in 60 minutes. Now, you have the greatest scorer of all time, and you have the second greatest playoff point per game average in NBA history. How did they only manage to score 85 points? They got outscored by 119 to 85? No, actually, they got outscored 128 to 85.
And listen, man, how do you hold a 40-year-old to the standards of some.
But sir, you just called him the greatest scorer of all time, and you said that would factor into next season.
The greatest career ever.
So because he's 40, okay. Look, hold on, because guess what? At 41, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was helping the Lakers win championships. You say that at 41.
Let's get a clear understanding, because I see we're heading for a misunderstanding. Kareem can hold LeBron candle at 41 years old.
Kareem was a championship, sir. LeBron didn't get out the first round.
Mike wasn't good as LeBron at 41 or 40.
No. We didn't talk about Mike. We talking about Kareem. I said Kareem at 41 helped the Lakers win the championship. Not only did that, he helped them at 40 get to win a championship. And then at 42, he helped them get to another final.
They had the league MVP on their team. You forgot Magic Johnson?
Okay, but you got Luka. The man is the greatest. You just said he's the greatest all-time scorer. And I asked you why they only managed 85 points in the fourth quarter. And you just told me because he's 40. Well, Kareem, again, let's be real. Kareem wasn't still 30 points a game, but Kareem did average a solid 18 and 8. I guess you average about 18 and 8. Yeah, about 18 and 8.
18 points back then, because it's like 24, 25 now.
No, look, I'm calling cap. Let me see what Kareem averaged last year. I'm calling cap. Hold on.
His last year, he averaged about 10. But that's at 42, because
we're talking about at 40.
At 40, he won a championship. At 41, he won a championship.
I know cap when I see it. He averaged 10 points and 4 rebounds his last season.
Okay, that's his last season at 42. That's a whole nother year.
42.
Yeah,
hold on. Let me.
And we'll say 41 on Basketball Reference, but Kareem turned 42 by the time of the NBA Finals. Kareem, I believe, was born in either April or May. So by the time the NBA Finals took place, Kareem was 42 years old.
And the year before that, he averaged 14 points. So where you get all this 18 points at? Where's all the cap?
Go look at the playoffs, sir. I believe he scored a little bit more in the playoffs.
Man, wait a minute. Now, you're moving the goalposts.
Well, I'm talking about the playoffs, sir. How am I moving the goalposts?
You just said 18. He averaged 18 at 41. He didn't average 18 at 41.
Because Googling hard.
Yeah, the Google, but he won it. The fact is, he won a championship, sir. He won a championship. I'm gonna look at the numbers too. Hold on, because I believe 88. I'm going to his game log. At 88. This is 88. He averaged. Hold on. In the playoffs, okay, he getting 4 blocks, 3. Okay, he had let's see. Hold on. At the end,
because he's sick, because
I'm sick because your man captain.
And he averaged 14 and 6. But the most important part, sir, he was a champion. He was an all-star. And really, at 40, Kareem averaged 17 and 7, 1 block a game. Again, I'm looking at the playoffs. Let me look at the playoffs. You know, again, he's battling with. He averaged 19 in the playoffs. He averaged 19, 7, and 2 blocks a game. In the playoffs in 1987, when Kareem was 40 years old. 40 years old and won the championship.
He averaged 17 and 6. When he was 40, he averaged 14 and 6.
That's the regular season. I'm talking about the playoffs. He actually stepped it up in the playoffs to 19 and 7. Remember, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was 38 when he won the Finals MVP.
Hey man, at 39 he averaged 17. At 39, LeBron averaged about 26. Come on, now make it make sense.
But where's the success? again, you talking about a guy that got to finals, won finals MVP. He won 3 championships in 4 years, got to the finals 4 times in 5 years. LeBron ain't do that like team success.
When they won that championship, Kareem wasn't driving the car. Kareem was a bus driver.
But at the end of the day, he helped the team win. He was vital. When he retired, did they win?
This year?
They didn't win nothing, cuz. What are you talking about?
I said
the Lakers didn't win nothing.
Right, but
they win nothing.
Luka
LeBron wasn't driving the bus neither.
Right, he wasn't driving the bus. That's what I'm saying.
LeBron won Finals MVP every championship he won. Kareem ain't win the Finals MVP every championship they won.
That means something. I'd rather take the 6 championships than 4.
And I'd rather take 11 than 6 too. I'd rather take 11 championships than 6.
That's cool. That's cool. I mean, you brought Bill Russell in here. Bill Russell had a 30-point and 40-rebound game 7. Yeah, Bill Russell was that dude. But what does that bring you back to LeBron again? We were talking about what the Lakers are going to do next year, and you said he was the greatest all-time scorer. So then when I asked you why did they, with 2 of the greatest scorers that ever played this game, how did they have 85 points in the fourth quarter of 5 games?
In the fourth quarter.
And I said one of them was 41 years old.
Oh my God!
So that negates you talking about him being the greatest all-time scorer, because clearly you're telling me because he's 41 years old he can't score no more, right?
After 20 years that he played basketball, man. Come on, man. Y'all stop acting like
that. That tells me you can't score in the fourth quarter no more. Matter of fact, it'd be cool if you sat out the first half and just leave all your energy for the fourth quarter. Hey, how about that?
You know what? You guys sound like housewives when it comes to LeBron, man. You all nitpick. Y'all sound like housewives.
So, can we ask you what the Lakers going to do? You said trade 4 of their younger players to get Bam Adebayo. Then I asked you, because I remember this conversation. This is what I do best. Then I asked you, okay, how they filling out the team? And I say, well, they probably going to need to get some young talent, right? You said, oh, they don't need young talent. They just need specialists and guys to step up, right? And you said they got 2 of the greatest scorers of all time, and now you want to use the age. So if LeBron goes to the point where he can't score anymore, if he run out of gas, and you don't got no young talent to kind of carry the load, he's 41. I mean, again, we get it.
That they can win right now. They don't need no young talent. They need players that can come in and produce, because they competing for a championship.
So you just see the OKC Thunder as the champions, right? You realize that this is the second youngest team that ever even make an NBA Finals.
Cam did a great job of building that team through the draft, man, and trades.
So you're gonna have to compete with a young team like that. Everybody on OKC gonna be 1 year older, so they still gonna be one of the youngest teams ever. And you think a 41-year-old and an out-of-state 27-year-old Luka with no young players around them, just a good Godwin, right? Godwin and Bam Adebayo gonna come here because Pat Riley he's just so in love with Austin Reeves that he's gonna put Austin Reeves with Tyler Hero and build a team around.
You never know what they can get out there. You know, you never know what they're gonna get at. You never know.
Shout out to McZuggins saying it, bringing up the Sports Illustrated cover at 17. Ohio's high school junior LeBron James is so good he's already being mentioned as the heir to Air Jordan. If the cuz didn't want to tell you that, though, the cuz didn't want to tell you that he was being compared to Michael Jordan.
No. Wait, hold on. When LeBron first came to the league, they did not compare him to Jordan. They compared him to Magic Johnson because they didn't know what position he was going to play.
How many assist titles did LeBron win?
Michael Jordan coming into the league.
Yes,
how many assist titles did he? He won a scoring title early in his career, right? Did he win an assist title early in his career?
Nope.
LeBron won a scoring title and he won an assist title in his career.
Yeah, he won an assist title all the way in 2020 at 35, right?
At 35,
the year he won an assist title.
So he can't be Magic if he's not winning assist title, right?
You damn right he's not Magic. He better than Magic. Him look. If you picking a player, you got a chance to pick Magic Johnson or LeBron James. You gonna pick Magic Johnson?
Yes.
Yeah, I am because I want to win. I am because I want to win.
Let's talk about the weather.
Because I want to win. Because I don't want to play good. I don't want to play good for 3 quarters. I want to win.
Magic,
yes, sir.
Listen, if you line the attributes, speed, strength, skill, ability.
LeBron can dunk way better than Magic.
What about mentality? What about the other intangibles?
I like actually making players better. Actually, getting Kareem through the age 40 years of his career, running fast breaks. Making his teammates better, dominating games without having to take 20 shots to get 20 points. That's what Magic can do. I see Magic dominating a game taking 5 shots. Actually, that game 1, he took 5 shots against the Lakers. Against Jordan. Handed him an L with taking 5 shots. Remember? He talked about that the first time he was up. I'm glad you see that, Ed Frank, because I catch him all the time, bro. Oh man,
what's he doing?
I'm getting right now.
Look, cuz coming in here, y'all. Look, cuz got them excuses.
Oh, this is classic.
You know that boy was getting compared to Michael Jordan.
Because Magic won as a rookie, right? And he won Finals MVP. Even though they could have gave it to both of them, they should have kind of gave it. They should have gave him co-MVP somehow. Kind of fudged the vote like they always do. But back then, Stern wasn't the commissioner. If Stern was the commissioner, they probably would have did that for purposes of for promotional purposes, promote the young guy and the captain. But yeah. I'm just saying, considering LeBron didn't win a championship until his ninth season. Magic won his rookie season. So, me, if you ask me who I would draft, especially knowing who can help me win right away, I take Magic. I'm just saying.
Look,
yes, sir.
There you go. Man, you've been missing in action, man. It's good to have you back, cuz.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Next season, we're going to do some Laker game lives. What's going on? Oh, what happened? There you go.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
I said we're going to do some Laker game lives this year. What's up? So I could prove it in real time. I think maybe you've seen it.
Hey, cuz, why are you so interested with the Lakers?
Because nigga, I gotta get the bum out of here. I gotta expose
LeBron.
And hold on, so we try to grow channels. Lakers equal ratings. We all know that, right?
Yeah.
It's a business, man. It's a business. If ESPN can make all these millions of dollars putting the Lakers on when they stink, you know what I'm saying?
My first M off LeBron. Let me get my M off.
Hey, speaking of, is Shannon Sharp off his suspension yet? Because we got something to talk about.
Hey, I'm not for sure.
We know Stephen A. Smith got up out of there.
So the Lakers, did the Lakers overachieve or underachieve this season?
Oh, that's a good question. It can go both ways. It's one of them questions.
Like Diddy.
It's one of them questions you can say half empty or half full. Did they overachieve? Did they underachieve? Yeah, they underachieved because I expected them to get out the first round with being the what was they the third seed?
Third seed, yep. And they was like second favorite to OKC. Yeah. To get to the final.
So you could look at it like that as it being underachieving because they didn't make it out the first round. But you can look at it that they overachieved because they just put the team together. The team they played but like 20 games together. Luke only played like 20 games after the trade because he was injured. And he only played 20 games.
And then LeBron got injured too, right? He got injured. He injured his groin, right? That was a real injury.
This is sick because was underachieved. There were 10-0 hit Minnesota.
Now I got another question for you. Do you think 28 other teams in the NBA overachieve or underachieve?
Well, it depends on the team. You got to go team by team.
Okay, so did Minnesota overachieve or underachieve after coming off of Western Conference Finals appearance last year and them not making it back there? So they overachieved this year?
Well, no, they got back to the Western Conference Finals. I say they stayed at level. Okay, let's do it this way. Overachieve, underachieve, or stayed at level. I say they stayed at level.
Yeah, they stayed. Yeah,
they stayed at level. So the Denver Nuggets, did they overachieve or underachieve or stay at the level?
I believe they underachieved. They did take OKC to 7. But I do believe that being a recent champion and even though they got knocked out the second round last year, I believe they underachieved. They should have got the conference final minimum.
Okay, that's fair ball. The Boston Celtics, did they overachieve, underachieve, or stay underachieve?
Underachieve.
They got hurt. Okay. The New York Knicks. Ro, this your team, ain't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna keep it a set. They stayed at level.
Oh, they stayed at level.
They stayed at level.
New York was supposed to beat Indiana.
Then you're right. You know what? But we weren't supposed to beat. That's the thing. That's why I say it, because we weren't supposed to beat the unbeatable Boston Celtics. So we stayed at level, and yeah. Honestly, I
smell bias. I smell bias right now.
I'm saying we stayed at level because nobody had us beating on the Boston. Everybody said we were supposed to win 2 games. We beat them in 6.
Bronson is the best player on both teams.
All right. We underachieve. I'll take
Bronson
it. I'll take
the best player on both teams. On Indiana.
No, you're right. Because I'm already starting my next 26 campaign.
Towns is the best center on either other team, Indiana or New York. So with that weaponry,
you lose.
I'll take it. Say we underachieve.
I see overachieve.
So a team like Philadelphia, did they underachieve or overachieve this year?
Underachieve like a motherfucker.
Okay, I'll go for that. Okay, what about the Golden State Warriors?
They
stayed at level. I believe they stayed at level because that team was decaying. They old. Now they got what's the name, and they got to the second round. And obviously the Steph injury. I say they stayed at level.
They stayed at level. What about let's take a look at a team like what about the Memphis Grizzlies?
Underachieve. You don't go from a 2 seed to a play-in. Nah, you and you fire your coach, they underachieve for sure.
I go for that. I can definitely go for that one. Let's see who else.
Indiana overachieved. OKC overachieved.
What about the Clippers? Los Angeles Clippers. It's a good one.
Ooh, that's a good one too. You're right. They took the L in the first round of the Denver. They underachieved because you got 2 former MVPs. I know Kawhi never won league MVP, so he won Finals MVP twice. You get them. They underachieved. I know they lost to 7.
What about the team with the best record in the Eastern Conference, Cleveland? Did they overachieve or underachieve this year?
Underachieve. That's funny because you could say they stayed at level being what the preseason expectation was, but you raise it when you get to the first 64 wins, the first seed, and then when you have two of your stars not suit up for a pivotal game too. I'm gonna call that underachieve because right now they got an irreparable fracture in their locker room that somebody gonna have to get traded.
Okay, I can go for that. I can go for that one. What about a team like the Chicago Bulls? If they overachieve or underachieve?
Ooh, yeah, I would say underachieve. I would say underachieve because they did have a chance to get in the playoffs.
Okay,
I know your boys in Chicago might want to hear that, but
so my point is that you guys trying to put a flashlight on the Lakers saying that they underachieve. A lot of other teams underachieve too because they didn't win or
well,
didn't
hold on,
No,
because here's the problem.
no.
Remember what I told you, Zay? You were in Vegas. They went into the casino with big chips. They put big chips down on the table. So with the big chips they put on the table, their underachievement is a big L. You don't get a guy like Luka Doncic who's 1-1, who's one of the greatest all-time playoff scorers, and win one playoff game. Their underachievement is a big time. I know, what about these guys? But see, that's the problem with the Lakers. They don't have much to look forward to going forward.
They don't have nothing to look forward to.
They don't.
What you mean they don't? You don't think with a 26-year-old Luka that's going to have a full off season to target and work on his main problem, which is conditioning? You don't think the Lakers training staff and the Lakers management and Lakers staff has made that an emphasis of this offseason for Luka to work on his condition and strength?
But it's going to take more than that, though. It's going to take more than that,
Luka could come back as the league MVP next year with the right conditioning program.
The Lakers are going to be The Lakers are going to be an average team. He's never going to win MVP next year.
Hey, listen. Any team LeBron James has been on for 22 years, they've been above average. They've been average.
Really? What happened in 2022?
Was that team that make the playoffs?
No, that team they were 33-49. They didn't even make and they had four top 75 players. Dwight Howard should have been the fifth one, but they had four top 75 players on that team. The year they named the top 75 and did not make the playoffs that year.
Who was the fourth top 75? Melo at 39. Okay.
No, when he won 39, he was the same age as LeBron. He was 37. Melo, Westbrook, Anthony Davis, and LeBron.
Westbrook.
Westbrook. Yeah, the same Westbrook who averaged 22, 12, and 12 the season before that.
But he didn't average that with the Lakers.
He averaged 18, 7, and 8 with the Lakers, which is about as good as the numbers that Scottie Pippen ever averaged. I'm just saying.
Okay, outside of them, who else did the Lakers have to compete?
They had LeBron and they had AD.
They had LeBron and AD.
They had Rajon Rondo on the team as well.
Oh, yeah. What about 2019? 2018-19, his first season in LA. Huh?
Josh Hart.
Yeah,
Zubac was on the team to start the season.
Brandon Ingram.
So you said any team that LeBron on is above average. And mind you, now you're using the age excuses, but now he's even older, and now you telling me he's just gonna make any team he's better than. I'm trying to understand it. Westbrook played 77 games.
Every team LeBron James been on, he's been competitive, man. Every team.
Okay, you realize that those teams were in the preseason top 4 favorite to win the entire finals.
But the preseason doesn't win anything.
You're right. But they were considered a contender. They were considered contenders both of those years and did not make the playoffs. And not only that, they weren't even the first team out of the playoffs. They didn't even make the
preseason prediction doesn't mean nothing. What does a preseason prediction mean?
They were called contenders preseason, sir.
With expectation. Your team.
I don't know one team that won the championship for being a preseason contender. I don't know one team that won one.
Chicago, many times. All 6 of Chicago championships were considered preseason contenders.
No, Chicago wasn't a favorite all 6 years.
They were considered preseason contenders all 40 years. Matter of fact, the Bulls were the 4th favorite team before 1990-91. They were the 4th favorite, just like LeBron was 2022.
Okay. Like I'm really trying to figure out what is the point that you trying to make about LeBron? Are y'all trying to diminish his career?
You just said any team he's on becomes above average, and I named you 2 instances for teams with expectations were far below average. Okay. They weren't even the first team out of the playoffs. It wasn't like they were the 9th seed and lost it on the last day over a heartbreaking loss. They were out of it.
And it go back to my point again with the being a half full, half empty. What about the teams with low expectations that even took to finals? That's way more great. Those are way more great accomplishments. Those are way more greater accomplishments than you saying that he didn't.
It only happened one time.
What? It happened one time. What about 2018? That team wasn't supposed to make the finals.
Who was in the East?
They had Boston.
Kyrie was hurt.
Tatum and Brown wasn't. Al Horford wasn't.
His second, third years. What are you talking about?
They still got to play together. Stop making excuses.
Because in 2006, 2007, before the season, they were predicted to win 48 games, and they were plus 900. So they were the 6th highest favorite team to win the entire championship, and they made it to the finals. Only 2 teams in the East were ahead of them. That was Miami Heat and Detroit Pistons. Okay? Now I'm going to go to 2007. We'll go down to 2018. In 2018, you're going to be very surprised at what their preseason odds were. They were the 2nd favorite team in the entire NBA to win the championship, only after the Golden State Warriors. They were favored over every team in the East. Do you want to know the next favorite team? The Boston Celtics were 29-1 shots. So you would have bet $100 on the Boston Celtics. This is the same team that just got traded. Kyrie. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I'm reading the wrong season. Hold on, I'm bad. My bad. I went too far back. Hold on. Okay, 17-18. They still were the 2nd favorite team to win the entire championship after the Golden State Warriors. They were 5-1 shots to win the entire thing. Their over-under was 54 wins, 53.5. Same as the Boston Celtics, yet the Boston Celtics had worse championship odds. It's the same Boston Celtics team that they just traded Kyrie Irving to. So they were favored higher than the Boston Celtics and any other team in the East, in the league, except for the Golden State Warriors.
And she owed me $100, so she said she'd give them to me when I get up there.
We still there?
Hello?
Tonight.
Yeah. I was saying that in 2017, the Cleveland Cavaliers were the 2nd favorite team in the entire league.
2nd favorite, cuz.
Oh, okay.
Just say nobody. That means they were favored in the Eastern Conference.
But we know Golden State was hands down with Durant, Curry, and Clay.
Yeah, but that's the Western Conference, so you're not going to face them until the finals, which they did and got their ass smacked. We know that. But in the East, they were favored to get to the finals. So you said it's 2 cases where nobody expected them to win. No. Hey, shout out to FYF Sports. Shout out to Lamont.
Here, hold on.
We over here talking facts, and there ain't no mute button. If you want to pull up, we over here.
You want to come in here, FYF, man? Because I know you where the fanboys reside.
The fanboy safe haven. Over here, we talk facts. No chat GPT.
Yo, I'm here.
From where? And then my weed under the car.
Yo.
I'm talking facts, bro.
Now
we talking facts over here. 7 years in Cleveland. Took team. No. They were the favorite team in the East, or at least at worst 3rd. So they were like expected to be the 3rd seed. Okay, we all know a 3 seed can get to the final. We just saw a 4 seed get to the finals. They took it all the way to Game 7.
Okay, but y'all making a big deal out of being favorites.
So you gonna stay at his house?
Yes. You just because you literally just said that nobody expected the team to win. So you're basically saying they weren't favored. They were straight up underdogs. They weren't underdogs because we're showing you by actual facts and prognostications. The over-unders, things like that. I know that's all Vegas bookmaker talk, right? You think Vegas is in the habit of losing money? Hey, Zay, you live in Vegas. You think them casinos are in the habit of losing money? Y'all partying for OKC out in the shot, cuz?
Hey, look, cuz I put you on mute because of the talking in the background. You can unmute yourself whenever you can.
I'm not coming back here.
We know FYF will always peruse. Yeah. Oh, Chat GPT told King Rowe. Like I said, FYF. Oh, FYF just pulled up at 11:47. So you got 5 minutes of us. Could we talk to LeCuz? LeCuz is a big LeBron fan. Okay.
Hey, FYF, he been in here the whole time, huh?
We already know he perused. His he has his ChatGPT monitor the transcripts of all of us. I'm glad he found you. I'm glad he saw me here because FYF manages to be where I'm at. Like I said, bro, I realize I got a small channel, but you got the invite anytime, bro. Because as you know, I come to your channel and pull up. You make me look crazy with the mute button. You make your 30-minute soliloquies and tell me one thing I already know. You know what I'm saying? Said it, you know. I mean, it is what it is, bro.
Hey, can I get the invite? I need the invite too.
Oh, because anytime, bro. Look. Zay got, you know, hook him up with my whatever you want to do, man. Phone number, whatever, man. I would love to have a LeBron representatives on my channel so we can look. I had King Ajani the exposer. Johnny is probably the alpha dog of you LeBron fanboys. And I had him on my channel. We had a 2-hour conversation. You know what I'm saying? We can do this.
Because the man outperformed expectations. Now the man outperformed everything. Now he got to be overrated and people got to
No, I never called him overrated. See, I rate him properly. I believe he's the 8th greatest player of all time, which is not an
8th greatest. Man, what the
8th greatest.
8th greatest.
8th. We can talk about it. Okay, that's for another
segment. That got to be for another segment. That can't be for this. Not LeBron not being number 8.
Is Kobe Bryant a bad player? Is Kobe Bryant not one of the all-time baddest motherfuckers you ever saw play basketball?
Yes, indeed. True.
Is Larry Bird not one of the baddest motherfuckers you ever seen play basketball?
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but they're not. Both of them are not better than LeBron James.
I think they are. They are what counts for me.
You think they are? Well, okay. Let's not think. Let's go through facts.
Let's go through facts. Okay.
What have Kobe have done in his career that makes him better than LeBron James?
Win. Actually stay in one place. Have teams rebuilt. Win.
Oh wait. So you stay on in one team.
Stay all in one team. Go through rebuilds and win. Go ahead.
King Rowe. You play basketball and shit, right? And everything. Like, if you point out another player and say, is you better than him? Why are you better than him? Some people say, oh, well, he shoots better, he dribble better, he's faster, he do this. But you say he played on one team for the whole career? That don't make sense.
Actually score, have a bag, play in the clutch. Kobe was a way better clutch player than LeBron could dream of. And don't give me no clutch stats. I see clutch. What they think of clutch stats is last 6 minutes of the game. I've seen Kobe kill teams by the end of the third quarter. That's clutch. I've seen Kobe kill teams just by hitting a 13 footer with a triple team. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, but Ro,
go ahead.
3 of the 5 Kobe Bryant championships, he had a center averaging 35 and 13 with 3 blocks.
Who cares? You both
Who cares?
both win with great players.
Wait. Who cares? Did you hear Tracy McGrady?
First of all, you're right.
Did you hear McGrady when he say, if you take Kobe off that team and put me on the team with Shaq, I'm capable of winning championships too?
Possible.
No,
Here's the problem.
What you mean?
Here's the problem, because I didn't base Kobe being better than LeBron on him having more championships. I just said Kobe was clutch. He stayed on teams that built. He built to a championship. See, this is the thing, right? You want to knock him for having a Shaq. He was smart enough to let Shaq be the feature of the third shift. He didn't let his ego get in the way and let Shaq dominate it.
When Shaquille O'Neal was averaging 35,
you always have a choice. Wait a minute. Kobe is the guy. Hold on. Kobe is the main ball handler on those first 3 Lakers championships. Sir,
okay,
he did have a choice.
Your point. What is your point? But we knew the ball.
So he
was
had a choice. Wait a minute. The point guard has more of a choice than anybody on the court because he directs the ball where it has to go to offensively.
Hey, Ro, that's true, but Kobe wasn't the point guard. Derek Fisher was the point guard.
I said he was the main ball handler. We all know the triangle system. Hold on, the triangle system does not use.
You got to make your mind up. Which one you gonna call?
Sir, the triangle offense does not use a traditional point guard. And the main ball handler was Kobe Bean Bryant. He was the main ball handler. He probably led them in assists. Fisher didn't lead them in assists during the first 2 championships. So as I said, the main ball handler, aka the de facto point guard, does have more of a choice.
So you said to your people, then you said to me.
Hey, FYF wants to pull up what's the name? I'm gonna drop him the link.
Yeah, drop it to him. Right here.
Let me see. Yeah, let me copy it real quick. Because and the soliloquies, you know.
What you and these guys still talking about?
I'm on their podcast, man.
Oh. Why?
FYF, we go to link, man. FYF gonna come in here. Let's see.
Pull up.
You're like, God damn it, chat.
So as I said, like you said, Kobe didn't have a choice. No, Kobe made the choice. He didn't let his ego get in the way, and he let Shaq dominate.
When Kobe had a choice early in his career, he shot air balls in the clutch moments. Let's not.
Okay, so you're going to tell me early in his career? Okay, he shot an air ball at 19.
Kobe Bryant wasn't even.
He shot an air ball at 19 years old, and you want to hold that against his entire career?
You don't even make sense. That don't even make bad
sense. He shot an air ball at 19, sir. 19. He shot an air ball at 19.
The man averaged 9 points his first year. 14.
He was an 18-year-old. He was 18-year-old. Hold on, but sir, he was 18 years old the entire season. LeBron was actually 19.
LeBron came in the league with 18, so we're not gonna mention 18.
No. LeBron came in the league at 18. All right. LeBron came in the league at 19, but he turned 19 early in that season.
Listen, LeBron.
Drop the link again. Hold on, I think I got it. Hold on.
Points or more. 20 points is his lowest output of his career, and that's 22 years. Kobe had 2 years where he didn't do nothing, man. Where he shot air balls in the clutch.
He was an all-star in the second. He was an all-star in the second year, Cuz.
But so you're supposed to be your most clutch player when he got Shaq on his team, and you shoot air balls.
So wait a minute. Okay, I'm telling you. Okay, so he shot 1 air ball at 19.
No. Don't say one. Let's give him credit. He shot multiple
I'm sure Kobe shot a lot, but we all talking about the famous one at the end of that game, right? And you know what Shaq said? You know what Shaq told him? Keep shooting that, young blood. Keep shooting that. Because eventually that shit gonna go down.
I understand what Shaq told him, but the fact of the matter remains. He shot multiple air balls in the clutch situation.
Multiple now?
Multiple, yes. He shot
19 years old against the Jazz, right? Against the Jazz.
In 1998, he shot multiple air balls.
Okay, you're right. That happened. That happened. But if that was Kobe would go on to play another 17 years, 18 years actually. Was that the end all be all of his whole career?
No, but it happened.
It did happen. Or was that the
Just like LeBron happened in Dallas? It happened.
You're right. LeBron shot less than 40%, 35% in his first NBA Finals. Now, a lot of people give him a pass for that. LeBron then came back the next big series against the Celtics. He shot 35% again. Hold on, I get it. I'm gonna have to go on my link because that's what F.
Look, cuz back. This shit funny, man. Y'all boys got me dying. This shit crazy though.
You put your GPS on, you don't know where you're going. Okay.
Look, cuz you gotta hang it up, man.
You say what happened?
I said you gotta stop this.
I gotta stop speaking facts. I can't stop speaking facts.
You're not speaking facts though.
So Kobe Bryant didn't shoot 2 air balls.
No, he did. So LeBron didn't turn the ball.
No. I'm not saying probably did. Either he did or he didn't. Why I gotta be a probably?
I didn't say probably. I said he did.
Oh, he did. Okay. We agree on that.
What about LaForte's failures?
Okay. Yeah. What about them?
And those failures came at older ages than Kobe Bryant. So
now it's the age difference. Now the age matter, right? Boy, I tell you, boy, y'all move the goalpost.
Okay,
y'all really make the goal
here. You gotta come in the 93 Zays because I can't even get to my own live.
FYF.
Okay, FYF's here. Okay. Peace and blessings.
What up, man?
What's going on? So you got a problem with this line of questioning or this line of conversation?
What about Kobe?
Well, we're talking. He said Kobe could never be clutch because he shot the air balls at 19 years old.
Wait, hold on.
That's not what he said.
Let you tell no tale on me. I said, how is Kobe better than LeBron when Kobe had failures and Kobe had Shaq that he was playing with? I never said Kobe wouldn't clutch.
Okay. You actually did use that as a counter to me saying Kobe was more clutch than LeBron, and you used the air balls at 19 years old. Because yes, he was 19 in 1998 during the.
I'm disputing that LeBron is a better player than Kobe Bryant. That's my
okay. Well, I said staying in one place, building championship squads, having the championship squad break down, building it again. Again, being more clutch, being a better scorer, having more of an offensive bag, all of those things is why I believe Kobe Bryant was a better player. As I would say, I think they're very close as far as talent and everything else, and performance. What I'm gonna look at if my life was on the line, who would I want for a 7-game series to win and still live? I'm gonna take Kobe Bryant because I think he's gonna be more likely to show up and help me win against whatever competition it is in front of me.
Okay,
that's my personal opinion.
The reason why LeBron is better than Kobe. LeBron is faster. He's stronger. He's more versatile than Kobe. He scored just as good as Kobe. Kobe is a better ball handler. Kobe is a better 3-point shooter. Kobe is a better jump shooter. Kobe is a better on-ball defender. But everything else, LeBron a better rebounder, a better assist man, a better scorer, everything. The proof is in the pudding. Kobe made scoring look good because it was fancy. And that's what catches the people eye. It catches, the fancy card, the way how it looks.
LeBron
nice.
more of like a pickup truck.
The all-time leading scorer is LeBron James in the history of the game. He averaged 26.8 points per his career. That is the top 5 in the history of the game of basketball. A 26.4 average for 22 years is unheard of.
It's pretty impressive. I will say that. He gets the job done. But again, I mean, look, you, and it's fair what you said about what LeBron being better at. I don't agree with all of it, but it's fair. But at the end of the day, like I said, I think they're very close in talent. I think they're very close to performance. And my thing is, if I needed, I'm playing the aliens, right? The aliens that came here.
Yeah,
And if we need to win a basketball game to win to save the earth, I'm picking Kobe Bean.
Hey,
That's my thing.
Why do you think LeBron as a young player?
What's the difference? I don't want to hit championship. What's the difference between Kobe and Tracy McGrady? Break down their games and tell me why Kobe is better than Tracy McGrady without using the.
I think they were very close talent wise. I think Kobe had a little bit more knack for winning. Like Tracy McGrady did have a couple chances in the playoffs and did not show up as well. Again, not as many as Kobe because Kobe was on better teams. I don't mean to
interrupt you, Ro, but I'm asking what attributes that Kobe Bryant has over Tracy McGrady that makes him better than Tracy McGrady.
I just said they were very almost equal in talent. I will concede that.
That's not an attribute. That's not a speed. That's not a leaping ability. That's not a shooting ability. That's not a pass.
Again, if you go through all of that, I think they were
basketball
I'm telling you, every single
on the court that makes Kobe Bryant better than Tracy McGrady.
Again, I'm telling you that I believe talent-wise they were very comparable in almost everything you name. I can't think of anything where I could say Kobe or Matt was better at. Way better. I think they were very similar players, almost down the board. Okay, I think Kobe developed a little quicker than T-Mac. Remember, both of these guys are my age. I'm 46 years old. So Tracy McGrady was actually in my high school graduating class. Kobe was in the class before me. So I seen both of them develop. I think they were I think Kobe got to where Kobe would ultimately get to faster than Mac. But I think by the time Mac, I think they were very big much rivals. And I will say, I get where you're going. The T-Mac did not get to play with a Shaq and did not get to play on teams with that level of talent. So therefore, his playoff opportunities were less than what Kobe Bryant
I see you got your dancing shoes on because you tiptoeing right around the court.
No, I'm not. I'm standing firm on it. I think they were equal in talent.
Kobe Bryant. True or false?
Say again?
Tracy McGrady is a better three-point shooter than Kobe Bryant. True or false?
I'm trying to think. I think they were about equal. I don't care what the numbers say. I think they were about equal in capability, three-point shoot. I'm making capability.
Who do you get an edge to in three-point shooting?
And you want me to give it to Mac? I'll give it to Mac.
I don't want you to give it to Mac. I want you to rate their games and who was a better three-point shooter between Tracy McGrady and
drop
Kobe
off.
Bryant.
Use the right lane to take exit 3 on
I give it to Mac. Let me look at the numbers because I don't like to. I like to use the eye test. Real fact. I like to use the eye test. Hold on. I like to use the eye test more than anything, but I'm gonna look at numbers. Okay, slightly. See again, bro. Look, see. Let me tell you something, cuz. Let me tell you something, cuz. How I get down is FYF, if you want to pull back up, you can. We heard you pretty well. I heard you pretty well anyway. But you could come back up, FYF. You got you should have the link in your history. But T-Mac shot 33.8%. He shot 34% from three in his career. So I'm gonna say I'm really trying to let you understand that I believe talent-wise that they were neck and neck. And the one difference is there's two differences. T-Mac injuries hurt his career a little earlier than Kobe's. Therefore, like Mac, prime wasn't as long as Kobe's. That's one thing. But I'm telling you off my eye test, they were right there. They were right there talent-wise. So honestly, when you're trying to go, I kind of agree with you.
If we break down the players, if we look at all their attributes, you're right. They're similar. Tracy McGrady and Kobe Bryant is similar, right?
Yeah.
What gives Kobe Bryant the edge to me is Kobe Bryant is a better defender than Tracy McGrady. But
Okay.
offensively, Tracy McGrady can do is at a Kobe Bryant level or exceed a Kobe Bryant level. And I think that Tracy McGrady is a better 3-point shooter, a better ball handler, a better mid-range shooter than Kobe Bryant.
It really is. It really is a route. I mean, again, it's like we splitting the atom. See, one thing, and we know injuries pretty much started really ravaging T-Mac by 2008, where Kobe now, in this part of his career, got finals runs. So Kobe's injury, his catastrophic injury happened in 2013. So Kobe got about 5 more years of his prime. And in the grand scheme of things, that's why Kobe. So I think now I don't understand. I think you're trying to reduce Kobe by comparing him to Mac. When Mac was a bad boy in the 10 years he got to be at his prime, at his peak, but his peak was lower. But the fact of the matter is, Kobe got 5 more years of his peak, and in that 5 years, he won his MVP. He got to 3 finals. He won 2 of them. Then the catastrophic injury started taking over. So by 33, Kobe's peak is over, but Mac's peak was done at 28. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now Mac had a good run. Now Mac had a good 6-year run where he averaged around from 32 points to like 29 points a game.
Yeah.
He had a good 5-6 year run when he was the leading scorer in the NBA.
That's almost like trying to see. I think what you try to do there, you almost try to reduce a player because Matt is not going to be all time because he had a shorter peak. But that's like using the same thing with Bernard King, right? Bernard King was one of the most feared players prior to 1985. People like Magic would tell you, Doc would tell you, some of the greatest of all time would tell you they did not want no parts of guarding Bernard King. But Bernard King's career essentially was over when he tore his ACL in 1985 before the Knicks got Ewing. And then he did take some years and came back and had another good All-Star year or 2, but that was it. That's kind of not fair, But at the end of the day, LeBron, Mac, Kobe, at their peaks.
At their peaks, I'm taking LeBron. LeBron he was unstoppable. From end to end, he had point guard speed. Until they played point guard speed.
Until they played the San Antonio Spurs. The same group of players that Kobe played multiple times. Hold on now, because Kobe played the San Antonio Spurs 8 times in his career. 4 times before 4 times before LeBron ever saw the San Antonio Spurs, Kobe had run-ins with them. And when LeBron played the San Antonio Spurs, he literally shit the bed. Now you can say he didn't have a shot to take the heat off. I can agree with that.
Hold on. No, don't say that. I'm gonna say that he had Shaq to take the heat off because Shaq played in the Lakers uniform to take the heat off, bro. Don't do that, bro. But
wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. Kobe also played the Spurs. Hold on now, because Kobe played the Spurs
and when the Lakers was winning at 3-peat.
Well, hold on,
on the scouting report, who was on the other team's scouting report to shut down? It was Shaquille O'Neal. They didn't scout Kobe Bryant.
Well, then why did Kobe average 30 against them?
Against who?
Against the Spurs.
Because all the focus is on Shaquille O'Neal.
Really? That's how it went down? So wait a minute. Why wasn't the scouting court readjusting to stopping Kobe?
Because Shaquille O'Neal was the most dominant force. That's why.
Here's the thing, though, because they actually played afterwards with no Shaq. You realize that, right? Kobe had another 3 or 4 run-ins with Tim Duncan and company without Shaq.
And how did they
actually
do?
Had 3, and he was 2-1 against the Spurs without Shaq. LeBron was 1-2, and 1-1 when he had Dwayne Wade and his super team years later.
Hey, at the end of the day, Kobe Bryant played with the most dominant center in the history.
But he also played. But see, that's the thing.
In the history
He played the same Spurs without Shaq.
You know,
that's a fact. Matter of fact, I'm gonna look at his playoff series now.
Hey, you know, Kobe Bryant should have an asterisk on one of those rings with Shaq.
Why should he have an asterisk? What are we doing here?
He should have an asterisk on one of those rings with Shaq.
Why?
Because of Donahue, the referee that cheated for them in 2002. The referee that was playing and betting on the games that was officiating those games.
I mean, we going down a crazy rabbit hole, but you know what? Hey, because I witnessed that. You're right. That was some suspect shit. I can't. It's hard to stricken from the
record. The man was betting on the games and calling the games.
In that series, Kobe averaged 27 points a game. He averaged 27 points a game. He shot 37 from 3. I mean, I don't know, but hold on. I want to look at because you don't move the goalposts. You try to take a ring away, and again, here's the thing, because my argument is not based off rings. Okay, look, with Shaq in 2003, and the Spurs won this series, but Kobe averaged 32 points a game against the Spurs. But let me be fair, and let me go to the post Shaq, Kobe versus the Spurs. In 2008, they played the Spurs. The year after LeBron played the Spurs. Because you want to tell me what Kobe averaged against the same team that shut down LeBron?
Hey, I don't understand. You trying to make a point with just the Spurs and the NBA. I'm talking about dominance. I'm talking about consistent dominance.
No. You went to early in Kobe's career in the failures, and you said LeBron was consistently dominant, and he was until he ran into the Spurs that absolutely shut him down and made him shoot a pedestrian 35%. That actually made him shoot 4 for 16 in his first final game.
He's the best player in the league, let alone not even the best player on his team. Shaquille O'Neal was the best player on that team.
Since you don't want to let me read it off, I'm going to read it off anyway. He averaged 29 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. He shot 53% from the field, 33% from 3, 58% from 2, 91%. He didn't even go to the line that much. He only went to the line 11 times in a 5-game series against the Spurs and won in 5 games against the same team, the defending champion Spurs, in the conference finals to get to the finals. That they eventually lost to Boston, but he averaged 20 against the Spurs without Shaq. And you made it to he could only show up against the Spurs because he had Shaq. I'm showing you him showing up against the Spurs without Shaq.
Okay. And what did they do against the Spurs? Did they win against the Spurs without Shaq?
They won against the Spurs. They lost against the Celtics.
Okay. So what about the Pistons? How they do against the Pistons?
Well, I don't think. Against the Pistons, Kobe was horrible. I will admit that.
Kobe Bryant had an 8-point game in the finals against the Pistons.
You're right.
When the Pistons shut them down.
Well, hold on, but wait a minute. Was LeBron great against the Pistons? Hold on. 4 years later. 3 years later against the Pistons, was LeBron great in every game?
Excuse me?
Was LeBron great in every game against that series against the Pistons in 2007?
LeBron arguably had the greatest playoff performance
in NBA history. He had one great game
in NBA history when they played the Detroit Pistons. When Detroit had just 2 years removed from beating a team with Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, Gary Payton, and Karl Malone. LeBron went into their house in a Game 5 of the Eastern Conference playoffs on the best defensive team in the 2000s, and he scored 29 of the team's 30 consecutive points.
You're right. He did that. He
lead them to overtime where he had a 45-point game, and to get a big Game 5
He had 48.
Win.
Yeah, 48. Yeah, 48.
Get a Game 5 win and winning the Eastern Conference Finals. That's when he took 4 of the guys from the street corner around the corner and up the street. Where he said, "Hey, come on,
wow, that's really nice. That's really. Drew Gooden was from a street corner. Boobie Gibson, the guy that married Keisha Cole, was from a street corner. That's not fair.
You get in the car. I'm gonna take you guys somewhere. We're gonna go to the finals.
This is what we cap. You know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy in that game? And Antonio McDyess, who was one of the key defenders on him, was ejected early in that game. But okay, let's go. Let's go to LeBron.
Stop it.
In game one, he shot 5 for 15.
Tayshaun Prince
He
was
had
the
10
one that was
points.
guarding LeBron.
He had 10 points. No, you got on Kobe Fab in an 8-point finals game against the Pistons in game one. LeBron had 10 points. Now, I will be fair. He had 10 rebounds and he had 9 assists, almost a triple-double, but he shot 5 for 15. You know how many, in the closeout game 6, you know how many field goals LeBron made? You know how many field goals he made in the closeout game?
How many did he make?
3. He made 3 shots. You know who scored 32 points on 9 shots?
Okay.
One of those guys you said
I'm not good at riddles. I'm not good at riddles.
If you got to go, the GOAT, one of the guys that was 7 for 9, scored 32 points off 9 field goal attempts. LeBron shot 3 for 11. And he had 14. Was 14 and 19 from the line. He had his 20, but Boobie Gibson scored 32 points. Now again, you talk about guys off the street corner. That's Drew Gooden.
Man, you talking about Boobie Gibson?
That's Anderson Varejao.
Boobie Gibson, come on, man.
Again, Boobie Gibson scored 32 points, sir.
Not Boobie Gibson.
Drew Gooden was the 4th pick in the NBA draft. Was he? Do guys who pick up the street corner?
He was an underachiever in the NBA.
He averaged 11 and 8.
With his draft status, he was an underachiever.
Really? I mean, we going on. We going crazy. You know what Horace Grant averaged in his career?
Oh my God! What Horace Grant got to do with Drew Gooden? The fact.
Well, I'm saying that for a reason because Drew Gooden was about the same talent level of Horace Grant,
bro. LeBron took 4 people from the YMCA local gym.
See, I know what you're doing. I know you love to cap. Look, Anderson Varejao, my wife is Brazilian. Anderson Varejao is a hero in Brazil, guy.
Who the fuck is these people?
You don't know who Anderson Varejao is?
Sasha Popovich. Who are these guys?
Kobe played with Sasha Popovich in the Lakers, I believe, at one point.
Stop it. Sasha Popovich, that wasn't Sasha Popovich.
You know, Zydrunas Ilgauskas made 2 All-Stars, right?
LeBron took him with ball, bitch.
For you from the Midwest, St. Louis is down the river. You know that Larry Hughes was considered one of the greatest talents.
Wait, he was considered what?
Larry Hughes was considered a great talent.
At Washington, he was an average, above average player. But when he went to Cleveland, we know he wasn't shit.
He wasn't shit. He averaged 22 points a year before joining Cleveland. He averaged about he led the NBA in steals the year before joining Cleveland.
You talking about Ilgauskas? I'm talking about Big Z without the hair. Big Z with the hair was the dominant all-star. Big Z was not that same player.
Well, we only talking 2 years after the fact. 2 years after his All-Star. See, I can see it for guys like 5 years from an All-Star appearance, but he was only 2 years from an All-Star appearance. So
Big Z was old and had bad feet when he went.
He was an All-Star in 05. By 2007, he was old.
Their starting lineup was Sasha Popovich and Larry Hughes in the backcourt, LeBron James, Drew Gooden, and
Big Z in the middle.
Big Z. That was their starting 5.
That's pretty decent. You realize Chris Webber. You realize Chris Webber off micro.
Sure?
Hold on. You realize that Chris Webber off a microfracture knee surgery, really down to his last useful year, was the starting center of Detroit, right? Ben Wallace was no longer in Detroit; he was in Chicago. You do realize that, right?
I realized Rasheed Wallace still was on the Detroit Pistons, and Tayshaun Prince, one of the premier perimeter defenders in the league at that time, was on Detroit. And Big Shot Billups was on Detroit, and Rip Hamilton was on Detroit, and Antonio McDyess was on Detroit. So I do remember them being on Detroit.
Oh yeah, you're right. And again, like I said, Antonio McDyess was not in the game when LeBron had his big dominant game. So Antonio McDyess needed one of their best LeBron stoppers to not be in the game to have his biggest performance. Now, again, it was a great performance. I'm not going to take it away. But LeBron wasn't that great all throughout the series, and other players stepped up.
He wasn't
Again.
that great. Well, who you think the ball was going to every play down the court?
Okay, so in other words, you're telling me he had high usage.
He did everything. Yes.
He didn't do everything. I mean,
He did everything.
I
If
mean,
he
so-
didn't score, he was assisting. If he was an assistant, he was scoring. If he wasn't
Again, it was
scoring,
a
he was
great
blocking
performance.
shots.
It wasn't
If
the
he wasn't
greatest
blocking
performance
shots,
of
he
all
was stealing the
time.
ball.
It wasn't the greatest performance of all time. It was a great performance, but
I
I'm
didn't
not going
say
to
of
give
all
you.
time, bro. Stop pushing the goalpost back. I didn't say
But
of all
again, you trying to
time.
compare
I
to
just
Kobe
said
at
for
the
that
same
Cleveland
time.
team, the Cleveland team that he played on, he did it all. Larry Hughes or Sasha Poplovich wasn't the ball handler.
The first,
They
okay,
wasn't
the first two,
primarily
the first
ball
two play, the first. I mean, he played a lot of minutes. I'll give you that. The first two games of the series, he shot a combined 12 of 34.
I can't let you take that away from him. He was absolutely outstanding against Detroit. Absolutely outstanding.
But he also
Against
had a
Detroit.
team. He also had a team around him. I'm just saying. Every game he had somebody step up and play big in one of those games.
Who stepped up in Game 5 when they needed to
Okay,
the most?
game one. Big Z, the old one with no hair, 22 and 13, 7 offensive rebounds.
Okay, now read LeBron's stat line. Since we read stat lines,
10
read
points.
LeBron.
10 points, 10 rebounds, 9 assists. That's the one I told you. He went 5 for 15. All right?
So game 1, LeBron only had 10 points, 10 rebounds.
10 points. And they lost 79 to 76.
Okay. So
Let's go to game 2.
Go to game 2.
Go to game 2. LeBron played a little bit better. 19 points, 6 turnovers, 7 assists, 6 rebounds.
So 19, 7, and 6. What Ilgauskas have? Since we comparing LeBron to Ilgauskas.
Ilgauskas had 3.7 rebounds.
Speak up now, bro. Speak up, bro. You got to look quiet, bro.
Hold on.
Let the whole chat hear you now. Speak up now, bro.
3 points and 7 assists. But guess who stepped up off the bench? Guess who stepped up off the bench? Anderson Varejao, who I shouted out earlier. He had 14 points, 14 rebounds, 7 offensive.
So let me get this straight. 14 points is a step up. Okay, keep going.
For a bench player, yeah. For a bench player in 30 minutes.
Keep going. Let's go game 3 stats.
Let's go to game 3 because they lost both of them. Now they're down in a 2-0 hole. Hold on, but hold on. They down in a 2-0 hole. If LeBron play better, they might be 1-1. I'm just saying.
No. Hey, we're not talking about Mike. They down 2-0. Let's go to game.
Y'all see how they try to move the goalpost? Y'all see it. My cousin sit up here talk about, hey, Dennis Rodman this, Dennis Rodman this. Dennis Rodman, if he had 14 rebounds like Varejao, come on, he'd be all Rodman the reason why they won. Come on, man, knock it off.
Off the bench. I said 14 points. Whoa, whip-de-doo. But keep going.
Okay, game 3. Game 3, LeBron stepped up big time. They a must-win game. I'll give LeBron credit. See, I'm not a
don't
capper.
give LeBron credit.
This is the Pistons series,
Don't give him no credit. Just
The
read
Pistons
the stats.
series, yes.
And you know,
LeBron.
go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead. I'll tell you after. Go ahead.
So LeBron had 32 points,
32 points.
8 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals,
8
3
and 9.
turnovers, a clean 12 of 21. All
Okay,
right,
what did Ilgauskas have?
16 and 7. That's
16
not
and
represented.
7. Okay.
Sasha Pavlovic, 13 and 5, 13, 5 assists, 2 from 3 from downtown.
Dan Ryan Expressway in a quarter mile.
That's not
Let's go to
represented.
game 4 now. Let's go to
Okay,
game 4.
yeah. You don't want to hear the rest of the guys.
Yeah, he don't want to.
Ain't none of these guys crack over 20 points. You just said LeBron had 32 and 9 and 8.
How many points were teams averaging back then? You think all
Yeah,
those
the score was 88 to 82.
I mean, all those
The
people.
score was 88 to 82. This was a very big defensive battle.
Yeah.
Just so we know, points weren't easy to come by in these series. But we in game 4 now. Game 4.
Okay.
LeBron, a nice representative game. It wasn't efficient. 25, 7, and 11 assists. 8 of 19. Okay, he made his free throws. He was 1 for 5 from 3. All right. Drew Gooden. This was the Drew Gooden game. 19-8.
Wait, hold
One
on.
block.
Wait. You got me confused. I don't know if the chat is confused either. But this
Go
was
ahead.
a bigger game. He scored 19 and 8, and LeBron had 25.
He had 19 and 8, and LeBron had 25. Yes.
So 19 and 8 is a bigger game than 25.
No, I didn't say he had a big. I said
he's telling you
Drew
that-
had a big game.
You
This is the
just
Drew
said that, bro.
Gooden big game. See. Why do you guys always compare LeBron's help to him? I'm just proving that he had help. So a teammate step up and help him.
Drew Gooden had a bigger game. And how
No. I said this is Drew Gooden's big
impact
game.
the game more than 25.
Sir, no. I didn't
and
say he had a
7 or
bigger
9.
game. See, this is what LeBron fans do. Y'all do this a lot. I wish FYF was here to hear this. Why do you guys compare him to his help? You need, obviously, this is a series where we all know that Detroit was a big time defensive team.
Yeah.
They were going to slow you down. He needed guys to step up and help. Now, the two guys that stepped up to help was Boobie Gibson and Drew Gooden. Boobie had 21 off the bench.
And you know what's crazy? You wouldn't be saying they had Ben, or I should say Drew Gooden and would not be doing this if Ben Wallace was on the team. If you understand that.
Fact.
We can't say that because Ben Wallace. No, we cannot. How can we say so? I'm confused. How can we go back and rewrite history and take a player or add a player off?
Because Ben Wallace
didn't play.
was a big reason why they went to the championship. The Pistons. Did they go back to the championship after Ben Wallace left?
Yeah. Chris Webber is the starting center. Again, it's a less mobile Chris Webber. It's not Chris Webber in his prime. Chris Webber in this same game gave you 2 points and 3 rebounds. So yes, that is a big drop off.
That's LeBron's fault, right?
I'm not saying that. But by the same token, you want to make it like this is the greatest thing ever. I told you him playing. I showed you what Kobe did playing against the Spurs the year after the defending champion Spurs that LeBron could not solve, but Kobe mastered. That's what I'm telling you. Because the start of this conversation is whether
I give Kobe full credit for 2 championship rings. I give him full credit.
But at the same time,
why you don't give him full credit for 5?
For the other 3, the machine was Shaquille O'Neal.
But what,
he was
out your damn mind, bro. You out your mind.
What was Shaq winning before Kobe became the Kobe?
Thank you.
What was he doing in LA? Getting swept in the first round.
Yeah.
What did he do in Orlando?
Kobe was doing the same thing when he first got in the league.
You're right. Kobe was on those teams too, right? Cool.
I mean, he was on the team.
What did he do in Orlando?
He wasn't a big role yet. In that
He didn't have a big role. He was only. He didn't have a big role.
He got the final shots in the last seconds where he shot air balls. Those are not big roles.
Oh man. Okay.
Hello.
Fair enough.
Hello?
19 years old. He shot an air ball. As again, we gonna. I mean, like that's gonna take away the So you gonna take away what he did in 2000? You know, Kobe averaged about 20-something points a game, and he's still only 21 years old.
Okay, 21, 27, or whatever you said the average, it still didn't equate to 35 and 13 with 3 blocks.
Okay, what does that mean, though?
What do you mean? What does that mean? Those are winning numbers.
Do you realize without a dominant guard play that Kobe was giving you at that age, that Shaq that could have averaged 50.
That means Kobe was always outplaying the second player of the teams there in the championship. He was always outplaying the second best player on the teams that they beat.
So we're arguing that the guy that was the second best player on the team is better than LeBron, who's always been the best player.
Let's do this. Let's do this because I wanted to finish that Pistons series because it really did. Again, the next game, we all know Game 5 was the game where LeBron absolutely exploded. Again, and even in the explosion, you still had guys that stepped up and played. I'll just really quickly not name it all because it's 2-2. Now that was a 3-2 double overtime game, obviously a pivotal game. But Big Z had 16 and 8. Pavlovic had 9 rebounds. Drew Gooden 7-6. Boobie had double digits off the bench. Varejao 9 points. I mean, they needed all of that. Think about this in a double overtime game. You need everything.
They were the number 1 defensive team. So
yeah,
that means they were predicated off of their defense.
And remember, with all these big performances, LeCuz said that these are guys that we just picked out the 7-Eleven and said, get in the car. I'm just saying. These guys putting these big performances against the championship experience Pistons. These are guys they picked up at the 7-Eleven because we could just pick guys out the 7-Eleven and give you 14 and 14 off the bench.
So I don't understand that either. How they diminish LeBron's teammates like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, we understand that nobody was Scottie Pippen, and that's always what they love to go at. He didn't have a Scottie Pippen,
Hey, listen,
right?
I don't care what team LeBron on. I don't care if it was the team he's drafted to or the team that he got or where he went to. He was always the top alpha. He was always the number one dog.
All right, can we talk about Kobe Bryant in 2000 and 1999 to 2000? Okay.
Kobe Bryant came in the league in 1996, 1997.
No, but this is the first championship year. It's the first championship year. So you said because we done went through the first early years, right? You said he did nothing, which is not true. But
Okay,
we're gonna go.
so let's compare the Kobe Bryant first championship to LeBron's first championship, because that's the best version of LeBron ever. Is LeBron in Miami?
No, why won't we compare him to the finals run?
That's the best version of LeBron ever.
Well, why won't we compare him to the finals run? Because you said
why would we do that if we
don't get full credit.
would we do that? Why would we do that if we're comparing Kobe Bryant first championship? Why we're not comparing LeBron first championship?
We can do that.
Even Kobe first championship.
Even though, hold on.
Let's make it fair. And let's line them up and let's see who's the better player.
Hold on. Because by LeBron is 29 years old, and he has 2 finals failures by that time. But you want to skip over that and then tell me Kobe don't deserve to get full credit for his first championship, winning his first trip to the final. But okay, let's do it. Because I want to be representative of how good Kobe was to that team, how important he was to that team. Because Kobe Bryant was an All-NBA. That's his first time making the All-NBA defensive first team. So he's one of the best defensive guards in the league. He was on an All-NBA second team. He was 5th in Defensive Player of the Year. So even if he's not getting dominant offensive numbers, we've already established he's an elite defender.
Yeah, so he elevated their
round of applause. But at the end of the day, Shaquille O'Neal was the Finals MVP. And he still averaged 33 to 34.
But why are you not giving him full credit?
Rebounds.
Let me ask you this.
A round of applause for Kobe Bryant making all
the first time we chatted, you gave Scottie Pippen full credit for 91, right?
But the fact of the matter is, Shaq was the man on those teams.
But because the first time we chatted, you gave Scottie Pippen full credit for winning the championship in 91 with the Bulls, right?
No, wait. I don't want you to put words that I didn't say. I didn't give Scottie Pippen full credit. I said Michael Jordan won with a system. It was a system that Michael Jordan won with.
You realize it's the same system. Phil Jackson is the coach of triangle offense that Kobe won his first championship under.
I realized the 6 rings that Michael Jordan won, Phil Jackson won 5 right after, and Michael Jordan didn't win none after Phil Jackson. I do know that.
I'm missing your point. You said Kobe don't deserve full credit. I mean, I'm willing to give Scottie Pippen full credit for 91. Then you got to give Kobe full credit.
He don't need full credit for 91. Michael Jordan was the face. See, this is where it get a little confusing in that chat. I want to reach out to the chat right now.
Magic out of the series.
I want to reach out to the chat right now. This is where things it gets a little complicated, right? You know, the Chicago Bulls.
When we do these rabbit hole of trying to remove
the Chicago Bulls was a great team, and they played great basketball. They had a system instructor where, when Michael Jordan retired, they still won 55 games after he retired.
But did they make it?
Michael Jordan was the scorer. He was the fancy guy, the guy
But Kobe averaged 22
and that scored. That's what made him look so appealing. But the system was so great that even when he retired, they only go down.
But Kobe played in the same system. I mean,
and if
Kobe played in the exact same system for the exact same coach.
If it was the same system, the Bulls should have won after Jordan left. Why didn't they?
FYF is in here. He's muted. Whenever you want to join in that, because you were asking me a question earlier you have the floor.
Tighten it up. You say,
I got a quote. I just want you to. Well, I had two questions for you.
Sure.
This is about LeBron's first years in Cleveland, and I just want you to tell me why would this GM say this? This was the GM of the Pacers, Larry Bird.
I know where you're going. But go ahead.
I know this is when the Cavs were looking to trade J.J. Hickson, potentially to bolster the roster, and Larry Bird said, in talking to Dave Morway, he says, "I ain't taking any of them effing guys up there. You don't understand, son. Them guys playing with LeBron look a whole lot better than what they really are." Why would the GM Larry Bird say that?
I mean, obviously, you're talking about the J.J. Hicksons of the world, right? Things like that, guys like that.
What I'm talking about, what Larry Bird said about the role players around LeBron.
Thank you.
As the GM
Let's stay on track.
Because what player were they talking about trading for, right?
Okay.
Would it be Jermaine O'Neal?
Hold on. Let me read the quote again.
Go ahead.
Larry Bird said, "I ain't taking any of them effing guys up there. You don't understand, son. Them guys playing with LeBron look a whole lot better than what they really are." Why would Larry Bird, because the Cavs had actually also reached out to the Pacers for one of their guys. Why would
I want to know which guy? That's what I'm talking about. That's why I asked.
No, he was talking about all of the role players, not one. He was talking about all of them.
Well, so first of all, these are not LeBron's first years. This is his seventh year.
Okay, no,
it's referring to
you in general. Why would Larry Bird say that?
This is the way he felt. Because guess what? J.J. Hickson wasn't that good. We come to know that he was good at his role.
Hey, he said the guys that were on Cleveland. Maybe, read that paragraph one more time.
We need to know who he's talking about.
I don't think he comprehended what you read.
No, I know. I comprehend. I need to know who he's talking about. Because again,
those
that's
guys.
the way. The answer is, hold on now.
Larry Bird said those guys, everybody on Cleveland team.
So the whole team, but again, I want to know which team, because again, there's different iterations. There's different players. You said his first years in Cleveland. Now, I think what you're referring to was 2009, 2010, and that's LeBron has been there 6 years now. This is a whole different cast than the 2007,
2010.
Say again. When did he make this quote, Lamont?
Hold on. Let me see when the quote was specifically. When Bird said that. Bird. Yeah, you're right. That was the 2009, 2010.
So basically, 7 years in LeBron's career, a whole different cast, almost a whole different cast in the 17 that made the finals.
Question. The question is this: why would he say that about the role players on the Cavs?
Because it's how he felt, and it was nobody he felt that he could.
Okay, I'm not talking about how he felt. I'm talking about why would he? When we look at the role players on the Cavs roster, why would a GM on another team say that about those role players?
That's his honest opinion, Lamont.
And are you saying you disagree with him?
No, he has a right to his opinion. Obviously,
you disagree with him.
It's not my job to build a team. It was his job to build a team. So he said, "No, those. I'm not." See, first of all, here's the deal. The idea that I know the hold on, Lamont. I know the narrative behind what you want. They wanted a probably Jermaine O'Neal was the guy they were looking at to add to the Cavs. He was not going to take a J.J. Hickson. He was not going to. What they wound up getting was Antoine Jameson. They wanted Amari Stoudemire. They wanted a better player.
Than all of that. But I'm specifically talking about the role players on the Cavs.
Yes, LeBron enhanced certain guys. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, hey, you got your dancing shoes on because you tap dancing all around the man.
How am I tap dancing?
The man
hold on. How am I tap dancing?
The man asked a simple question.
Because that's how he felt. That's the answer. And he has a right to feel that way. Look,
I'm not asking
are GMs always right on player evaluations? Obviously, he was right because
he's
none of these guys
turned
into
the way the man feel. he's asking about the comment that the statement was made out of Larry Bird to describe LeBron's team and describe the impact that LeBron has on his teammates. It's clear. Hey, listen,
Sir.
hey, bro.
Yeah. This is the conversation. This is a statement that he made. And again, he was not going to pull the trigger on a deal because he didn't like anybody for his team. That's a deal. That's not to say that a J.J. Hickson and all the guys you're describing of Anderson, Varejao, they were not useless players. They all had roles. I am not giving up a guy who I think is the key and can actually push this team over the hump for guys that I think are just role players. They look better playing with LeBron. That's his feeling.
Bro, I got a good one for you. It's not one player that LeBron played with on his team.
Let Lamar ask another question because we'll get back to it.
So, I mean, I guess you kind of dodged that question. You kind of danced.
No, I had it head on. You're trying to frame me to say that they're bums. No, I'm not. They were no good. They were role players.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not telling you that they were no good. I'm asking you, why would other GMs? Because
that's one. You name one. You name one who made a specific statement.
One of the sentiments around Cleveland, and it showed in the fact that they couldn't get any deals done. One of the sentiments
they did get a deal. They got Antoine Jameson for
one of the one of the sentiments around Cleveland was that
you don't see the building.
It was they couldn't put talent around LeBron. They always struggled to execute trades. Because nobody thought that the players there.
Hey, LaCuz, can you mute up? Because we hearing I'm sorry, I can't hear because of background noise.
My bad.
No problem. Just mute for a minute. You come back. Here we go. All right, Lamar, you can go.
I'm just saying that, like, because you talked a lot about odds and things of that nature, and that's why they were good. And it was widely known around the league that the Cavs were significantly. The majority of their success was directly tied to LeBron James, and
their defensive system.
Okay, and what I'm saying is this: I said their success was tied to LeBron because no matter what you think about their defensive system, if you remove LeBron, they're still a lottery team. If you remove LeBron, that defensive system ain't gonna be defensing so much. It's gonna be. I agree.
They could have went to another offense, but yeah.
Because it's a defensive system would have been when Jordan retired. When Jordan retired, they didn't replace him, but because they actually had an elite defensive system, they were still really, really good with Scottie Pippen with no real replacement for Jordan.
But they did add Tony Kukoc to that team. Now, be fair, they averaged Tony Kukoc was a good offensive weapon. Don't deflect.
King Rowe.
Go ahead.
Tony Kukoc was not even rookie of the year. He wasn't the best rookie that year. He was just a rookie.
He averaged about 14, 15 points. There won't be a lot of big men that can facilitate like him. Let's not be disingenuous.
King Rowe, I'm not diminishing Tony Kukoc. I'm telling you, if you're telling me that you replace Michael Jordan with a rookie Tony Kukoc from Europe, fresh out of Europe, who has never played an NBA game, and you're acting as if that's a viable replacement for Jordan.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Go ahead. Finish the question. I'll rebut.
So all I'm saying is, when you have an elite system with elite players, it looks like the Bulls when Jordan left, because there's no significant drop off.
There actually was. No, Lamar. I got it. There was a little because points per game, they dropped off significantly. Now again, the defensive system, they only lost 2 in the standings, right? They lost 2 in the standings. But you're not considering that they also weren't. They only won 1 playoff series versus the 3-peat. They were a 67-win team in 92. So that's a significant drop off.
They didn't turn into a lottery team.
They didn't turn into a lottery team. We know that.
What I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is when LeBron left Cleveland, they were lottery because
but 6 other players left is with him. See, that's the thing. 6 other players left with him. So what? They had a new coach. They had a whole new system. Then they had a lot of injuries.
We know the changes, but what we're saying is this: there's no way you can convince us that same roster could get to the playoffs without a LeBron James being there.
In the East, yeah.
In the East. Again, I'm trying to think. Maybe they get them scoring a little more to
my next question goes to talent. Is this at 28 years old, was Kobe better than LeBron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when LeBron was 22 and Kobe was 28, who was the better player?
22 and 28. I'm gonna say the guy that won.
Okay, now my question to you is this: then why would the Lakers offer Kobe Bryant to the Cavs for LeBron James and the Cavs turned it down?
Hello, is this thing on?
Something's wrong with King Row Mike.
Hey, yo, what article you talking about? Is there an article on that?
There's plenty of articles on it. It's reported by Sports Illustrated. It was reported by Sport News. It was reported by ESPN. The Los Angeles Lakers offered Kobe Bryant in exchange for LeBron. That was when Danny Ferry was the GM, and Danny Ferry immediately turned it down. That's what the article says. It says Kobe was 28 in his prime. LeBron was 22, MVP caliber. This is the Cavs owner, Dan Gilbert, also backed Danny Ferry's decision to reject the trade. They offered a prime Kobe for LeBron.
Hello. Is this thing on? Is the mics working still?
Yeah, I hear you now. Something's wrong with King Rose, Mike.
Oh, okay. No, I was trying to make a point. It got real quiet after you stated your facts.
I know. I heard that too. Something happened with the
something
mics.
happened.
Man, look, man.
They mics cool. What's up?
You'd be a damn fool to trade Kobe Bryant for LeBron James.
No, that's what the Lakers offered to the Cavs.
Yeah.
No, I know. I get it. That would have been stupid.
I mean, I'm not saying it. What I'm saying is, what did the Lakers see in LeBron where they were willing to offer arguably the best player in the league for LeBron?
Probably the same. I was a fanboy at that time. So at that time, I thought LaForty was trending towards being the greatest player of all time. That's a fact.
No,
we not asking.
I'm talking
what
about the
you
players.
thought.
They're only
we
6 years
asking
apart.
questions.
But look, at the end
That's
of
a
the
prime
day,
Kobe we're talking about.
there are things that separate Kobe from LeBron. And
I didn't say that there aren't.
The mentality. That's the thing that LeBron doesn't have. LeBron doesn't have what Kobe's brain is wired with.
How do you measure that?
You can't quantify it. That's the one thing.
So if you can't quantify it, then how do you know?
Toughness. You can't quantify heart, determination. You can't quantify those type of things in analytics.
But I'm saying if you can't quantify it, then how do you know?
With the eye test. Look, we seen the games. We see LeBron break down. Outside of Miami and Dallas, we've seen LeBron break down and have mental breakdown time after time again in the fourth quarter.
And we didn't see that out of Kobe?
Huh?
We didn't see a ton of mental breakdowns and failures out of Kobe?
Hey Zay, if you hung, you can hear. You heard what the man said.
But not to the level of LeBron, no way.
Okay, so let me just go through each one of his failures and let me see. Tell me about his. Okay, in 2004 when Kobe went rogue on the team and collapsed and caused them to lose the finals, where was the toughness and the mental fortitude?
Okay. What about? So are we going to go back and forth?
No, I just want you to tell me based on your eye test. What did you quantify?
On LeBron and Kobe's failures.
No. I'm just asking you in 2004 when Kobe broke down and went rogue on the team and didn't allow Shaq to dominate and they lost that final when they were the overwhelming favorites. How did you quantify those things that you can't measure?
Bro, again, if you're gonna bring up all the Kobe's failures, I'm just gonna bring up LeBron's, and you're not gonna have.
No, I'm only asking about how did you measure his toughness and mental fortitude in these bad moments?
Okay, I hear what you're saying, right?
But you're not answering the question.
I can say the same thing back and forth to you.
No, I understand what you could say, but why are you not answering the question? How could you see his mental toughness?
Or let's say 04 is easy. That's low hanging fruit. What about 06 when they lost in the first round to the Suns when they gave up a 3-1 lead? How did you measure Kobe's toughness and mental fortitude when he checked out on the team?
Yeah, when he shot
this is anecdotal. Now let me ask you, Lamar. You asked the question.
Hold on, can I?
What year was the trade offered? No, we need to because you just. What year was the trade offered? This is very important.
I can't answer the question.
No, you asked me the question. And I was going. I had to bounce out because you said my mic was bad.
I didn't ask you this question. This is completely different because I thought you were gone.
Yes.
No, because you said my mic was bad and you couldn't hear me. I thought I was answering.
I know. But I want to know because we're talking about how you measure in toughness and fortitude. So, and what about 07 when they lost in the first round? How did you measure his toughness and mental fortitude?
My God.
I'm talking about a 3-time championship. That's me.
Okay,
I know you actually say now.
Zay, what about when they lost
y'all
in the
answer the
2008
man
final?
question? Y'all dancing around the man question.
No, I'm not going. No. Because things were said while I was backstage. Kobe did not go rogue. That's not what happened. I watched Kobe interview Shaq. Who? Phil Jackson? Oh, Phil Jackson was a motherfucker. But okay, Phil Jackson said it. Kobe went rogue. No, I think Phil Jackson got out coached. Phil Jackson got out coached by Larry Brown. So honestly, this was his way of feeding his own ego. But Kobe forgave him anyway. Cool. Kobe didn't go rogue. The pressure defense slowed up the Lakers. The Lakers were not a great team. And I remember asking you the best team that never won a championship. You said the 04 Lakers. The Lakers were not good. Malone averaged 5 points and 8 rebounds in that finals. They were washed. They were done.
Can I ask you one question about 04?
Sure.
If Kobe didn't go rogue, then as soon as the 2004 series lost, after they lost in the finals, Dr. Jerry Buss came out and said, yep, it's finally at a boiling point and we cannot contain them no more. We have to get rid of Shaq and Phil. If it was just Phil getting out coached, if the team was just that bad, why would Dr. Buss come out and say, you know what, Kobe's finally at that breaking point where he's no longer wanting to be a sidekick and he wants to be that number one guy? Phil and Shaq have to go. Why would Dr. Buss say that? Because
you know what? One of the big issues with the Lakers in those seasons was Shaq's lack of preparation, where Shaq used the season to get in shape. We all famously know that, and we all seen them both admit to this. So Kobe was a guy who wanted these guys to come in. He wanted everybody on the team, and it was part of his leadership to say, hey, you guys need to come in prepared. You guys need to come in shape. Don't wait till January to get in shape because it's going to put us behind the 8 ball. You got to remember, they're playing against Sacramento Kings. They're playing against the San Antonio Spurs. There's no guarantee. They lost to the Spurs in 03. There's no guarantee that they're going to beat the Spurs. And they needed a big-time Kobe Bryant effort to beat the Spurs in 04. Okay? The same way they got that effort in 03 and lost. So, again, it came to the boiling. No, you asked the question, Lamont. The boiling point came to Shaq, Kobe and Shaq, their biggest beef, and we know this before they died. Thank God they got to break bread and keep the peace. You know what, Kobe? I was right. You're right. I did not take my conditioning seriously, and we could have been more dominant. So Kobe, that's the boiling point. Kobe felt again. The fact of the matter is that Shaq, having to carry the team when Shaq was loafing through the regular season, and again they ran into a team that played an all-time defensive just masterpiece on the triangle offense, and Kobe felt he couldn't play for Phil no more. Phil felt that Shaq wasn't worth extending. Shaq was going. We know that Shaq. Hold on. Narrative. Go ahead,
King Rowe. But the things you're talking, you keep saying that all this stuff about okay. I think the whole world knew that Shaq
knew what happened, right? Okay.
No, that's not what I was saying.
But
the whole world knew that Shaq could potentially be in better shape. But when we're specifically talking about the 2004 NBA Finals, it wasn't close. Shaq was the best player, right? Shooting 64%, averaging close to 27 points and 10 rebounds. Kobe, on the other hand, when I say he went rogue, and one of the reasons why Phil said he went rogue is because not only did he shoot 38% from the field, but he was taking far more shots than he had ever had. He was looking off Shaquille O'Neal. He was refusing to pass the ball to Shaquille O'Neal, even to a detriment. Even at the cost of winning, he was willing to shoot as opposed to pass the ball to Shaq, who was absolutely dominating that series because Larry Brown refused to double team him and was only guarding him with one player. So when we talk about, so when we talk about that series, you can say that he was out of shape, yes, but he was still the best player in that series, and Kobe refused to defer to him anymore.
Of course. But here's the problem. Again, here's the problem.
Exactly what I'm saying is he went rogue because he refused to defer.
And what you got is Dr. Buss making the decision that I cannot. This trio, I can't go forward with him. I can't pay Shaq the amount of money that he wants. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trade up. I'm going to trade him off and get what I can for him. And I'm actually going to go with another coach and see if I can build around Kobe. That's the decision that was made. I faulted Kobe for that at the time as well, but that's the decision that he made. Now,
Kobe did go rogue, correct?
Did you go? I can't attest to that because neither one of those players admitted to that, and that's only Phil said that. Kobe didn't feel. Shaq never said that he felt Kobe went rogue. He did feel that they had a beef for a long time because at that point Kobe felt that Shaq felt that Kobe wanted him off the team. They had a hard time with the two now alpha mentalities coexisting, and that way. But the idea that Kobe went rogue, well, that's only Phil saying it. And again, sometimes Phil's ego got the best of him because Larry Brown
Kobe said it in an interview with ESPN.
You're right, but Larry Brown outcoached him, so maybe that's Phil's ego coping for it. Because at the end of the day, the Pistons. Hold on, sir. The Pistons proved to be the better team. I remember nobody giving the Pistons a chance.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying Kobe did admit to going rogue with that in that Showtime interview with ESPN. He specifically said it. He said, "I went rogue. I was stubborn.
Okay.
I wanted to win my way."
Maybe not. At the end of the day, that's not a.
Wait.
You saying that a meltdown?
Maybe not.
Maybe not. I don't know.
And then
look, you talk about. Hold on. One of the biggest things about the Lakers and what made them successful. Hold on, sir. One of the biggest things about the Lakers, what made them successful, is that you had big time egos. You had a guy that they thought he was Jordan. You had Shaq, who was the most dominant player in the league, and they had to match that. They weren't exactly the closest guy. They didn't exactly see eye to eye on certain things. And then you had Phil Jackson, another big ego. And you know what? Again, at the end of the day, they went to 4 finals. They won 3. They three-peated. They went to 4 finals in 5 years. They've had a lot of big time battles doing it. So at the end of the day, you're telling me about, because you started this by saying why would the Lakers trade offer Kobe for LeBron James and the Cavs turned him down? Well, obviously LeBron James was the hometown guy. He was younger than Kobe at the time. You know you're going to get more years out of LeBron. I mean, obviously, and again, I don't know what year you're talking about because that's the year I wanted to ask you. What year did they actually offer Kobe for LeBron? Again, trades of that magnitude rarely get made. You don't see a LeBron getting traded for Kobe. Like, it just doesn't happen. At the end of the day, the Lakers got 2 more championships out of it. You know, the Cavs got 1 championship out of it. So maybe if you think that Kobe would have done the same thing or with the same circumstance, maybe they should have been asked for that trade.
No. Cleveland rejected that bullshit.
Yeah, I was saying maybe Cleveland should have taken the trade because the Lakers got 2 more championships. Hold on, the Lakers got 2 more championships. Kobe, the Cavs didn't get a championship until LeBron came back, and then they had to go to record payroll to get him that championship.
Well, the reason why the Lakers got the championships quicker is because the Lakers are a proven organization that know how to go get the help necessary to win.
That's fair.
Oh my God!
No, not
fair. They went and got Paul
true.
Gasol. Do you think they would have won a championship if they would have just rolled it out with Kwame Brown?
No.
Well, I mean, they could in hindsight. Mark Gasol. Hold on, sir.
No,
Mark Gasol was part of the trade. See, here's the thing: Jerry West is no fool. Jerry West is the guy with Memphis. Jerry West is the guy at Memphis that presided over that trade. He got Mark Gasol, and he turned Mark Gasol into a multi-time all-star.
What Memphis got? I said, will the Lakers?
You just said if they would have stayed with Kwame Brown. What you're not realizing is they had Mark Gasol. They could have developed Mark Gasol a little bit earlier.
Do you know how long it takes to develop players?
Not that long. Mark Gasol wasn't. This is Mark Gasol's younger brother, right? So possibly by 2009, Mark Gasol is.
So you're saying if they didn't trade for Paul Gasol, Kobe would still have those 2 championships?
I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, again, we don't exactly know. You said staying with Kwame Brown as if Mark Gasol wasn't a key in that trade as well. Mark Gasol was a Laker property. Now, again, by 2013, he's the defensive player of the year. So
not what I asked you. I said if they don't do that trade, do they have 2 championships?
Simple
I don't.
question.
I can't. It's a very. I can't attest to that.
Just imagine Kwame Brown in Paul Gasol's spot and think.
No, because I got Marc Gasol. See, that's what you can't do that. I got Marc Gasol, who guess what? Somebody on the Lakers could have. Marc Gasol started his career in 2009. All right, he was over in Europe prior to that. So his rookie year, he was 11-7, 14-9 in his second year. I mean, I don't know. I really know because again, I don't know who else they could have got. You want to say no? Maybe not. At the end of the day, no, it's not fair because we're gonna act like Pau Gasol was this perennial all-star. Again, Pau Gasol had as much as success in the league as Antoine Jameson. Did he not?
No.
No?
Hell no.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Antoine Jameson
got to multiple playoffs. Pau Gasol played in the playoffs like once before coming to the Lakers.
You telling me you rather take Antoine Jameson than Paul Gasol? That's what you're telling me?
I'm telling you about the same level of talent wise, yeah. I mean, really. We got to stop sleeping on Antoine Jameson like if he was a bum. Antoine Jameson was no bum.
I'm not. Nobody's saying he was a bum. But what I'm talking about is the Lakers were an organization invested in building a winner, and it meant more than just getting one player. It was a lot of moves that they were always consistently making championship moves and not necessarily worried about the salary cap. LeBron didn't have that in Cleveland. He had an owner that wanted to stay under the cap, never wanted to pursue significant trades because of money. The Lakers never worry about money.
Nobody wanted to play with LeBron anyway.
I mean, nobody wanted to live in
we're talking about.
Cleveland.
These are trades. We're not talking about free agents going there. We're talking about trades that they could not make because they did not have the pieces to go get players.
I mean, again, they got representative players. They got decent players, man. Again,
okay. How many All-Stars how many guys who played with LeBron his first 7 years were All-Stars? In the particular season that they played with LeBron.
They played. So you got Mo Williams. You got
no.
Agaskis. Yes, Mo Williams was an all-star with LeBron. Y'all can't. It was a 61 win team.
So
you
one
can't
all-star.
take that away.
So
and an Agaskis.
Hold on. You're talking about a 60-win team, but the success of that team was completely hinged on LeBron James.
Oh my God.
It was not completely because LeBron wasn't gone 5 guys.
Y'all have never talked about Mo Williams ever until he played with a LeBron.
Mo Williams was a decent player in Milwaukee. Got traded,
and just like Larry Bird said, these guys get better with LeBron, and he was an all-star with Bron.
Facts. Those are facts.
Okay. Because you're on a winning team, you're going to get all-star consideration. See, but you can't then take away the all-star consideration and take away the fact that they were a winning team. We understand. Hold on, Lamont. We understand that LeBron was a lion's share of offense. Completely agree. Kobe was a lion's share of offense with the Lakers as well, especially post Shaq. Am I capping?
Yes.
I didn't say Kobe didn't do a lot. We all know Kobe
great.
did a lot.
See, so LeCuz disagrees with you, and this is the stuff that a lot of LeBron fans will say. We understand that LeBron was a lion's share. The offense was literally built around him. You're going to build around a talent like LeBron James.
There was nothing built around LeBron.
That's
the problem.
Wait a minute. A great defensive system under Mike Brown.
Sasha Pavlovich, Vera Zhao, and these guys, that's not building around LeBron.
See, Lamont, we've had this discussion before. I remember it. We had a discussion before
around LeBron. That building around LeBron is going out and making the Amari Stoudemire trade. Bringing in really like
we're making the Amari Stoudemire trade. So what? Hold on, Lamont. You're the GM. You're Phoenix's GM. What do you want for Amari Stoudemire that you're willing to take?
At that time, Phoenix was willing to take J.J. Hickson because J.J. Hickson was having one of his best years in the NBA. He was at his value was at a high.
So J.J. Hickson was going to give you a multi-time all-star like Amari Stoudemire.
What I'm saying right here, and I'm not hinging everything on Amari. What I'm saying is this, and what you're missing is this. when you talk about they didn't build anything around Bron. They just said, Bron, go win with whatever's on the roster. You are you really telling me that over the offseason?
The problem is you said whatever's on the roster.
I want you to think about this, King Road. Are you telling me that they said in the offseason they saw Boobie Gibson, Eric Snow, and they saw all these guys and said this is a great core around LeBron? That's what they said on you. Are you really saying that they were happy with that?
Everybody had a role. See, again, what you're saying is he didn't have a legitimate second leading scorer, which I can somewhat agree with.
Not what I said.
No. Yes, because everybody has a role. There's a reason why they won 66 and 61 games. There's a reason why they were favored in those playoff series, even against Boston. Hold on now. They were favored against Boston in 09. I mean, in 08. No, I'm sorry, 2010. So they were 4-1 favorites against Boston. So obviously, there was some level of success. Mike Brown's coaching, the style. Again, we're defense. We're going to run everything to LeBron. LeBron's going to get a lot of numbers. You saying Anderson Varejao, again, a guy that comes off the bench that can get you big-time rebounding numbers. Again, J.J. Hickson, another defensive eraser.
About these players?
What do you mean?
What you do is you take one, like when you talked about Varejao having 14 rebounds in that one game, and you make it seem like this dude was Bill Russell.
No, he wasn't Bill Russell, but what he was
the problem with their role players, King Rowe, is this: they were role players. When you have really good core players around you, when you have good core players around you, what they are is they are something called consistent. Ilgauskas at that time in his career was not consistent. Boobie Gibson was not consistent. Snow was not consistent. The role, even the other guard who was actually really good, Larry Hughes. He wasn't consistent because of the injuries.
So what if I told you that Powell wasn't all that consistent? That I could pick out some bad games from Powell in the 08, 09.
I'm not mentioning any games.
See again, I get it. See again, the narrative is you don't have a 20. See, I think what you wanted around LeBron. Hold on. What you wanted around LeBron was a consistent 20-point scorer.
Of a Paul Gasol.
No, he didn't have a Pau Gasol, but he didn't win a championship. So what? So why are we talking about?
First 7 years have ever played with a defender or versatile player like Ron Artest or Lamar Odom?
No, I'll answer it.
No.
LeBron James never played with a big man.
No, I'm trying to think. You said Ron Artest, a defender like Ron Artest. I mean, Larry Hughes is arguable. Larry Hughes is arguable. Larry Hughes made all NBA defensive team.
Larry Hughes was never close to no Ron Artest. What are you smoking?
They're from the same high school class, right? Larry Hughes was the second. Larry Hughes was was the second best player in that high school class after Elton Brand.
Larry Hughes was never on Ron Artest's level in the NBA.
That's okay. I mean, again, it's kind of hard because Larry Hughes did have some good seasons. Ron Artest had some. Ron Artest was.
We're not talking about
Ron Artest was a player. Did he have a role player as? Did he ever play with
I'll give you that. Lamar, I'll give you that.
No. We don't want you to
played with him 1 year.
We just want you to answer the question.
No, okay, I'll give you that. You're right. No, I'm sorry. You're right. But Kobe played with him 1 year. Hold on. This is a very key point. Kobe also won a championship with Trevor Ariza. Now, I could tell in the same spot as Ron Artest. Hold on, it's very good because Kobe won a championship with Trevor Ariza. I can say that Larry Hughes can compare to Trevor Ariza.
Like 6th or 7th option.
6th or 7th option?
The Cavs were giving Bron players like Trevor Ariza, telling those guys to be the second option.
But Kobe won with them.
Facts.
No, but Trevor Ariza was like the 6th or 7th option.
Bron giving Trevor Ariza to be a second option?
When did the Lakers ever ask Trevor Ariza to be the second option?
They never did.
That's the players that the Cavs were giving Bron players like Trevor Ariza, telling them to be the second option.
Mo Williams was the better scorer than Trevor Ariza. Mo Williams and certainly Antoine Jameson were better. But Antoine Jameson was a better scorer than Ron Artest.
Are you telling me that Mo Williams is a great number 2 option on the championship team?
I'm saying he was a better scorer than Trevor Ariza.
Is Mo Williams a good number
I'm saying he's a better scorer than Trevor Ariza.
Hey, bro, we need you to answer the question. Is Mo Williams?
See, you're moving goalposts all right, Lamont. You're not. You're slick on your own channel. You're not going to do that here. You're moving goalposts.
I'm not even asking you anything that's slick.
You did. You're saying that with Kobe, like you're saying that LeBron had a second option like a Trevor Ariza. No, I'm bringing it to the second options he did have. He had Mo Williams. He had
guys that were consistently healthy. Who was LeBron's best? His first 7 years in Cleveland. Who was his best number 2 option?
The best number 2 scorer he had probably was Mo Williams.
Okay,
probably was Mo Williams.
And my question still stands: if Mo Williams is your number 2 option, is that a great 1-2 duo for a championship winning team?
Is it the best? No. Is it adequate? Yes.
Adequate?
Yeah. I mean, what's so funny about it? I'm trying to understand it. What's so funny? Mo Williams averaged over 20. No, I'm trying to understand what's so funny about it. Because again, wait a minute.
Now Mo Williams is Scottie Pippen. Now Mo Williams is Pippen.
Oh, see, it comes back to Scott. We knew how long it would take to do this. I conceded this point at the beginning, Lamont. LeBron never got a Scottie Pippen the first stint in Cleveland. Man. I conceded this, but we went through all this mumbo jumbo to get back to what I already conceded. I do this with you all the time, Lamont.
You don't. Me and King Rowe,
bro, I conceded this at the beginning. LeBron did not get a Pippen. This is what it is. He didn't get a Pippen. Here's the news flash. Here's the news flash.
A lot of stuff. He didn't get.
Here's the news. Okay, here's the news flash. Not everybody gets a Scottie Pippen. Grow the fuck up and fucking go out there and play. Go out there and beat the cops. Because guess what? He didn't have to play against Shaq and Penny. Hold on. LeBron never had to play against Shaq and Penny. He had to play against the old Detroit Pistons.
When Kobe was crying about not having help, did you tell Kobe?
Kobe had to go against Tim Duncan. Kobe had to go up against. Kobe had to go up against Tim Duncan. The AC was Melo and Chauncey Billups, sir. The AC was Melo and Chauncey Billups. That's a whole lot different competition than what LeBron had to go against.
Hero, I'm asking you one question.
Let's go.
Before the Lakers got Paul Gasol, and when Kwame Brown was crying, not just to the team, but to the media, demanding trades, did you tell Kobe, nah, Kobe, you need to suck it up and just figure it out with Kwame Brown?
Bruh, they traded for Pau Gasol. Sir, they traded for Pau Gasol.
Which was a game changer.
Which was a good player. No, I'm not trying to. I know that Pau was a very talented offensive player. They traded for Pau Gasol. They actually traded what wound up being a very good throw-in. And Jerry West realized, oh yeah, I'll take Kwame, but I'll also get his younger brother, who I can also build a team around. Who I can also build a defensive system around.
A guy that had never played a game in the NBA. Memphis was just super. They were super.
Yes, because you know what? You know why? Because Jerry West was no fool. See, I think you need to understand this, Lamar. Jerry West was never a fool. Jerry West was never a guy you were going to beat in a trade. Because he the throw-in wound up being the key to the trade. So while everybody was, why are you doing this? Well, guess what? Memphis built a pretty good team around them. See, again, you expected Phoenix to take JJ Barea for Amari Stoudemire. And again, they didn't get Amari Stoudemire.
Phoenix offered to trade.
Oh, they offered to trade, and the Cavs turned them down because they didn't want to. Number one, they knew it would be a rental. They knew it would be a rental, right? They knew Amari's knee was on borrowed time. But let's make this trade. They wound up getting him Antoine
and how did that work out with J.J. Hickson?
Well, how did it work out with J.J.? J.J. Hickson had a few more years in the league. He was a defensive, whatever he was.
Hey, Ro, you capping, man? Why you just?
How am I capping? How am I capping? Wait. How am I capping?
You know J.J. Hickson was a failure, man. You know that.
J.J. Hickson was what he was, a long-tail guy. But my point is, you're telling me Phoenix offered. Oh no, again, Phoenix did offer it. And it would make sense for Phoenix to offer it because, they knew they would probably lose Amari. They also knew that the reports on that knee, everybody knew, including my New York Knicks, who wound up offering him a big bag of $100 million to come to the Knicks, right? Because we had to get something. Okay, cool. But at the end of the day, they wound up giving him Antoine Jameson. They were still 4-1 favorites against the Boston Celtics. LeBron, the one that played like shit at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, we're now comparing because we're faulting Kobe because his team went out and got a Pau Gasol and winning with it, and with LeBron playing against inferior competition and losing with it. I'm trying to understand it. again, I conceded that point. He never had the second player of a Scottie Pippen. But here's the thing, bro. This is the NBA. We talk about ring culture all that. Not everybody gets a Scottie Pippen. Some guys don't get a Scottie Pippen. It's where it goes.
So when they lost to the Celtics, are you telling me? And let's just throw Vegas odds out the door.
Mm-hmm. I know you wanted it. It's convenient, but go. Let's do that.
Are you telling me that the Cleveland Cavalier team was better than the Big Three Celtics?
They won 61 games.
Okay, hold on. I'm just asking you a question. I'm not talking about record. I said, are you telling me live on 93Z that the Cleveland Cavaliers that year that acquired Antoine Jameson via trade were better than the Big Three Celtics?
On paper, yeah, they won 61 games.
Hey, bro, the truth ain't in you, bro. The truth just ain't in you, bro.
The truth is in me. They won 61 games.
Because
they won 61 games. Why did they win? Why did they have home court advantage? Why did they win 66 games the year before?
Okay, hold on. King Row. There were years when the Utah Jazz won more games than the Chicago Bulls.
Understood.
Does that ever mean the Utah Jazz were better?
And you know why they didn't win? You know why they didn't? Yeah, they won.
No.
You know why they didn't win? Because Jordan outperformed Carmelo.
Hold on. I'm just using it to show you that your team record don't make you a better team. Whatever ups and downs that they had.
And guess what? Just having names don't make you a better team either.
Hold on.
Just having names don't make you a better team either.
The question was the Cleveland Cavalier roster the year that they lost better than the Big Three Celtics? And the Big Three Celtics coming in the door.
There's a difference between. I'm correct you there. There's a difference between better roster and better team. A lot of times, a better roster does not play as well as the better team.
Oh, so the Big Three Celtics weren't as good as the Cavs, correct?
I'm going to say they were. I'm going to say they were competitive.
And LeBron to you, King Rowe, was so great that you expected him to beat the Big Three Celtics.
No, I expected the Cavs to play a better competitive series. The same way we looked at today, right? Let's go to today. Who's the better team?
Hold on, King Rowe. That makes no sense because
it does make sense. It does make sense. It does make sense.
What I'm saying is this right here. Whether the series is more competitive or not, there's still only one winner or loser. I don't care how, like for the Pacers. Again,
you know what? At the end of the day, sir. At the end of the day, because you're asking a lot of questions. At the end of the day,
you're not answering none. I'm done asking questions.
Oh, I'm answering every question, sir. I played your little game when I conceded what your whole line of questioning would come back to. You came back to the Pippen, and you came back to Pippen, which was an excuse from the beginning. I conceded that LeBron never got a Pippen. Even if they would have got him. Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question then, Mark. Because I've answered all your questions. You say I'd have it, but I have. Yes, I have. Hold on. Hold on, Mark. Hold on. No. Look, I'm gonna ask you both of you. If the Cavs would have accepted the Amari deal, if they would have got Amari instead of Antoine James, so it's Amari, LeBron, and Mo Williams. Are they a better team than the Cavs under the Celtics?
So what's that starting lineup look like? I can't remember.
So you know J.J. Hickson. So Big Z is coming off the bench. So is Varejao. They're going to start Amari at center, Anthony Parker and LeBron in the front court, right? Anthony Parker is a 2. Mo Williams is the 1. So you pick a center out of what you got. So Amari's at the 4, LeBron's at the 3. Pick a center. Are they better than the Big Three?
No, I know it right now. So the Cavs starting lineup would have probably been Mo Williams, Delonte West, Bron, Mari, and Ilgauskas versus, and that's just the starting 5. We'll go to the bench later. Versus Rajon Rondo, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Kendrick Perkins.
Mm-hmm.
That's just starting 5. So what starting 5 is better? Even with Amari.
I say about equal.
So Mo Williams, Delonte West, Ilgauskas, Bron, and Stoudemire is equal to Rondo, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, why not? Why not? See, you're just naming names. And here's the deal. Here's the reason why Boston won. Here's the reason why Boston were a better team. Because they had already had championship pedigree. They had already been to the finals and won. They also, obviously, losing Kevin Garnett the next year, a lot of people felt that they would at least got to the conference finals. They didn't.
Now, did you ever talk about the benches? Like, we can compare benches as well.
Let's compare benches.
So
now we got a good bench.
When we go to the Celtics bench, they have Big Baby, they got Avery Bradley, they got Nate Robinson, they have PJ Brown.
Cool.
That's just cool. Okay, so when we go to the bench players for the Cavs, they had Jamario Moon, Boobie Gibson, Varejao, Poe. Is that cool?
Yeah, the guys that made the finals run with him, right?
That's comparable.
That's comparable. Guys made the finals with Big Baby Davis. Hold on. Very comparable.
I'm starting to have a different opinion on you now because you can't keep.
Why? I'm trying to understand this. Varejao made again. You got. These are guys that made the finals run with him. These are guys that made long playoff series runs with him.
King Roby. He'll stare. He will tell some tall tales just to.
No, I'm not telling tall tales. I'm talking guys that made long runs with LeBron. I ain't gonna call
you a liar, King Ro.
Again, no, the guys that made long playoff runs with LeBron and actually then played the same role in teams without LeBron. I'm just saying, Boobie Gibson stepped up against the same Pistons. He stepped up. Big Baby Davis was given a starting job. Big Baby Davis was the guy that was crying on the bench.
Y'all still talking about pre-Miami LeBron.
We're still talking about pre-Miami because again,
let's talk about when he actually got help. What happened?
Thank you. What happened? Thank you.
Let's talk about.
Hold on, because they got to the finals and Dirk without significant help beat the Big Three Heat. See, this goes to show you. This is why I want you to understand. Just because you got the best team or the best names, don't mean you got the best team.
I'm not. Hold on, but King Ro, I'm not up here to talk. I'm not one of those people. When LeBron fails, I will criticize it. So at the end of the day, when you talk about his career in Miami, that's a different portion of his career. Yeah, I would talk about the early portion of his career. The early portion of his career, you have to judge Bron in a different light because winning a championship was something that was going to be extremely difficult for him because of the organization.
Facts. They don't see that.
This is why you guys killed Jordan.
But wait a minute. They put a successful enough
team to win the championship.
But they put a successful enough team around him to actually become contenders eventually.
No, they didn't put anything around him. LeBron made them contenders. They didn't put anything around them.
Oh my God. See, that's so unfair. And again, when you say not anything, they didn't have Scottie a player at a level of Scottie Pippen.
Back to what Larry Bird said.
Dirk didn't have a player at a level. Hold on. Dirk did not have a player of a level with Scottie Pippen and got to a finals in 07 and won in 2011.
Wait. Why are we comparing to a Scottie Pippen level? We're talking about
because that's what he wants to come back to, sir. At the end of the day, that's what he came back to. You could have left Scottie Lamont. You could have.
I'm not one of these people. I don't defend. Like I tell people, LeBron had a humongous letdown in 2011. You think I'm supposed to when you go to the lowest?
But you don't believe he had one in 09.
About 2011. No, I don't believe you when it comes to LeBron because you lie about LeBron so
much. No, I lied about nothing, sir. I gave my honest opinion on everything. And because you read off a bunch of names and started giggling, you think that meant something. You think that meant something. Antoine Jameson had a very good career.
We just need facts. We don't need your honest opinion.
No, I need facts. I understand the line of questioning. We started this this whole back and forth. See, I remember what the whole back and forth went to. The fact that I got Kobe 7 and LeBron 8, and you started questioning me, because I remember with this whole back and forth. So now we started comparing segments of both the Kobe career and the LeBron career. Right. And as I said, I went to individual performance against comparable competition, i.e., the 07 to 08 Spurs, where Kobe absolutely decimated the Spurs in 2008, while LeBron did not show up. Now, again, he got a Pau Gasol. Because he got a Pau Gasol means he had to play that much better.
King Ro, the problem with this is this. And there are times in LeBron's career where he's overcome and done crazy things, but there are also times in his career where he let everyone down. There are times in Kobe's career where he let everyone down, but there are also times in his career where he came through and he did things that we never thought he could do. when you just run to LeBron's negatives,
But I
every player
don't.
who's
But I
ever dribbled
don't.
the basketball has negatives.
You're right. But I agree. See right there, Lamont. This is where we
So why are
fundamentally
we talking
agree.
about negatives?
Because LeCuz asked about the negative. Because guess what? LeCuz started saying that Kobe, and I had to justify what Kobe was on the 2000 Lakers at 21 years old. I had to tell him how he was all NBA first team defense. That means one of the best two guards defensively in the league.
But at the end of the day, he wasn't as valuable as LeBron. It's been true.
I mean, it depends on what time you're talking about. It depends on when you're talking about. Because okay, see the front right there. Hold the cuz. Remember, that's 21-year-old LeBron, Kobe versus 29-year-old LeBron. Yes, LeBron was all world by 29, but so was Kobe. LeBron was all world by 20. I will not deny that.
But
He was obviously one of the best three players in the world.
LeBron was all world by his second
You
year.
brought up the fact that
But LeBron didn't win a championship, and Kobe did.
Hold on.
So
Wait,
We're talking about being all world. We're not
Wait,
talking about
wait. Team USA didn't even want LeBron on the team, man.
That's a lie. We've already debunked that. You got to stop running with clutch points articles.
Bro. You're saying it's a lie.
No, I'm gonna tell you why it's a lie. One, because I've had coaches on my channel that said it's a lie. I have statements and direct statements from Coach K and a lot of people that said it's a lie. So when you fact check it and you pull the paper trail and receipts, you will clearly start to see that it's a lie. From Coangelo talking about it, from Coach K talking about it, when you follow the actual real receipts, you will see that it was a lie. And then also the biggest thing that exposes it's a lie. Who was the best player on that team? Obviously, Kobe was the best closer, but LeBron was the best player on that team.
And in LeBron's own documentary, LeBron made a documentary about the Redeem team and pretty much pointed out how Kobe was the leader. Kobe was everything. You know what I mean? Again,
Kobe wasn't the leader.
Yeah. All right. So LeBron had the best stats. At the end of the day, we needed everybody to redeem the United States.
The Redeem team is the greatest Olympic team of all time.
99.
Because of Kobe and LeBron.
I mean, that's arguable. Again, 08 and 92.
If you guys didn't want to play with LeBron, it wouldn't have worked. It would have been dysfunctional, just like it was with Larry Brown. When Larry Brown ran the ship and everything was dysfunctional.
It is what it is. It is what it is. At the end of the day. And in 2006, they also took bronze and even the Greece.
Redeem team. It's the greatest Olympic team of all time. Better than the Dream Team.
That's arguable, but that's
not arguable.
We can say that for another day.
They weren't running around losing to college
for
players.
Another day.
They were not losing to college players.
Oh, stop it! Stop! Come on, bro. You talking about a scrimmage? You talking about a scrimmage? Again, arguable. Arguable.
Hold on. The Dream Team, Jordan running around shooting 16% versus Angola.
Lord Jesus. Okay, and what did they beat Angola by 89 or 90?
Zay Cuz, imagine 4 Angolians running a 2-3 zone versus Jordan and Jordan struggling.
I mean, we just came back to an arbitrary Jordan shot. Well, we all know that Barkley was a star of the Dream Team, which who cares? At the end of the day, these brothers were over there promoting the game. Okay, so he shot. What did he shoot? 2 for 12 or 1 for 6?
I'm just saying. I mean, he shot bad in all the games.
Okay, that's one thing I used to always hold over. Jordan was terrible in all-star scenarios. Like Jordan was not the best all-star, right? Jordan, a lot of times, Jordan shouldn't even have won all-star if he won any all-star MVP. That's one thing. Like other players were better in all-star scenarios, and that's cool. If that's what you got to reduce Jordan, and again, we all know this came from Jordan, but remember, this was a Kobe versus LeBron discussion. This was a Kobe versus LeBron discussion that we brought Jordan up. So y'all do that on your channel a lot. But what about Jordan?
I don't never contest where you rank a player. Like if you got Brian,
of course,
I don't care where you rank guys. Like that don't matter to me. So I never argue anybody's ranking because it's all about how you see the game. So it's the rankings don't necessarily bother me. What bothers me is the myths and the narratives and the story that y'all use to say this is why I'm ranking a player.
Yeah,
That
you
be-
mean like
false and made
LeBron
up.
never had a team around him. And again, when we say he never had a team, he never had a consistent, bona fide 20-point scorer around him. And I
You
can
have to
concede
literally
that.
in your
point.
mind, King Rowe. Think about this. Do you know how hard you have to trick your mind into lying to say that LeBron James's 2010 team was better than the big three Celtics?
Yeah.
You're just saying the big three Celtics. I said they were comparable.
That was what you just
I
said.
said they were
You just-
comparable.
you
I said they
literally
were
just looked at the
comparable
2010
teams.
Cavs roster, and you said, "Yeah, that's better than the big three Celtics."
I
And you
didn't
really
say
believe
better.
it.
See, Lamar, you do that a lot. I said that they could compete with. And mind you, I asked you, hold on. No. I asked you if they got Amari. Hold on. No, sir. I asked you if they got Amari. Now, I said they were comparable.
That's
Definitely.
hypothetical. I'm talking about in real life. And when you,
Okay, in real life.
rosters, who's a better roster? The big three Celtics?
No.
Or the Cavs?
Okay. The better team was the Celtics. The roster, arguable. Again, arguable.
Oh my God.
It is arguable, bro. See. I think I want you guys because something they said. Hold on. I came on a pen. I came on Go James Keno last night, right? And in my opinion, bro, because I'm the guy to go to the court. It could be 4 teams. It could be like 5 guys that's running the court, right? They got the 3 best scorers in the park.
I don't think you.
All the big stars. No. I always believe in my heart of hearts that I could pick a 5 that can knock that team off. Because you play 5-on-5. The winner
You pick the best player sitting on the side.
No, but I don't have to have. I pick the best team.
Yes, you do.
I can pick the best team without having the best star players. See, again, sometimes I believe any 5 can play with any 5. And on any given night or any given series, any 5 can beat any 5. I believe it.
If you a real hooper and you go to real legit open runs, and them runs, you be sitting on the side for like an hour and 2 hours trying to get on the court.
Of course,
I've been there. To step on the court with no rag tag.
No, not no rag tag. Not no rag tag. But guess what? But not no rag tag. But guess what? Give me an hold on. Give me an Anderson Varejao. Give me an Anderson Varejao. Give me a good solid point guard. Give me another guy that can get open and shoot.
You're gonna be sitting on the sideline.
No. You know why? Because one thing I could do.
I don't fly no New York, King Road.
Yes, I do. I've been there. Again, long time ago, but I've been there where I've knocked over the superstar team with the underdog team. I actually take pride in that.
You don't hoop like that if you think that work.
Okay. Look, anybody can be beat, sir. At the end of the day, any 5 can be beat, sir. And we've seen it.
So you wanted to
y'all glaze the Celtics. But wait a minute. Y'all glaze the Celtics because the Celtics got taken out by Orlando, only missing Garnett. So if Garnett was enough to topple the Celtics, because you still got 3 top 75 players. You still got 3 top 75 players. Then why they get beat by Orlando? Oh, and then that same Orlando beat LeBron. So let me ask you this. Why did LeBron have a team good enough to beat Orlando in 09, Lamont?
No. Orlando was deep as hell. Hell no.
Now Orlando was deep as hell. So the guy that tells me Orlando was deep as hell, mind you, Ray Falston, the second best player designed for that team was Jameer Nelson. He was out from All-Star break.
Wait. They had Rashard Lewis was all.
Oh, Rashard Lewis All-Star. Okay, so I can't tell you that Antoine Jameson is nothing, but I'm supposed to shut over Rashard Lewis and Hedo Turkoglu.
No, hold on.
And Courtney Lee. And Courtney Lee.
They had Dwight Howard, Rashard Lewis, Hedo Turkoglu,
Courtney Lee.
Rafer was a hooper. Courtney Lee was as a 3-and-D.
What about Jason Richardson? Let's not forget about him.
They had Gortat, they had Jameer Nelson, and they had
Gortat was basically nothing.
Gortat was the starter on any other team in the league. He was a backup behind Dwight.
Gortat was a bum, relatively speaking. I remember I say I don't like to call people bums.
Wait a minute.
This dude was just on my channel telling us how great Frank Rakowski was, and now Gortat is a bum.
Gortat the bomb but these other players like Ira Newbold and Boobie Gibson is acceptable. Hey,
Did
King-Bro, you gotta stop
I
this
say
shit, man.
acceptable?
Hey,
Did I
hey,
say
King-Bro,
exceptional?
you
Did
gotta
I
stop
say
this shit,
exceptional?
bro.
See, y'all love to do this. Y'all love to do this. We can't do this. Did I say exceptional or I say a decent enough role player who can make big shots? I never
But
said
if
exceptional.
Gordon, if Gortat is a bomb,
Y'all love to have it y'all
what
way,
is
bro.
Ira
What can I do?
Newbold?
What can I do?
What
What
is
can I
Eric
do?
Snow? What are these players? Who are these players?
Yeah, this shit is sickening, y'all. We've been going on for almost 6 hours now, y'all. God damn it. But all I can say is,
I ain't came across your channel, Jose.
Huh?
I said I don't know how I haven't came across your channel yet.
No, I had made a comment on one of your posts, and I had the fanboys shook. They were like, "My God, this is a safe space." The fanboys, they like to see me in there. Now we definitely gonna have to
excuse me, gentlemen.
Do something. What's going on, McZuckin? What's going
Hey,
on?
how are you, buddy?
I appreciate you with the exclusives, man. I know.
Thank you. Because Lamont, it's good to meet y'all.
Hey, nice to meet you.
What's
Thank
good?
you. I was waiting for a minute, but I figured I'll jump in before we get down to the interns here. Shout out to Rebecca with the coffee. But I just wanted to go back to a point that was going on for a little while, right? A little bit before you hopped in, Lamont. I don't know if you heard it, but if not, feel free to weigh in. I just want to. I've heard it a few times. This idea that for some reason there's this idea that LeBron James was not compared to Jordan at the beginning of his career or in high school or in any of that. I tried to bring up before, like Sports Illustrated, ESPN, NBC, everybody comparing him as the next heir, like heir with an H, the heir to Air Jordan was the headline cover of Sports Illustrated, all that. And then it shifted to, well, no, not in high school. Never mind high school. What about when he finally entered the league? What about his rookie year? Because we didn't know what position and how he was going to fit in. And all the same outlets said exactly the same things. Steve Kerr was even saying good things about LeBron, comparing him to Jordan. Everybody was comparing him to Jordan. And it seems like y'all have a pretty good memory of 2004, 2003, back then. I just wanted to correct that record. Can we all just agree that did happen? He was compared to Michael Jordan. Whether he lived up to it or not, y'all can debate, but it happened. That was the narrative. He was the next
Jordan. No, from a basketball standpoint, when they compared players, when they compared LeBron's game, when they compared his game as a pro, it was modeled after Magic Johnson. They didn't have no similarities with Michael Jordan.
Okay, you can disagree. You can say, hang on. You can say that Sports Illustrated, that ESPN, that NBC were wrong in saying that, but can we agree that they all said that?
Yeah. So whether they want to move the goalposts in the narrative, you can't change history. This is what they said. And
now, hold on. Now, I think the comparisons to Jordan were the expectation, not the style of play. I don't think anybody expected,
right? So if we're basing his career off that expectation, he underachieved.
No, and I think the problem is that, and I think the problem is when we put certain expectations on an individual coming in, what we forget is that once you get to the NBA, it becomes more than just an individual to win. Right? There's too many other elements. But yeah, coming in the door, they needed a new face of the league. Because remember, Kobe went bad on them because of the Colorado case. So they were desperately looking for a face. Like the man is right, my cousins is right. ESPN basically made comparisons. Sports Illustrated definitely did it. And also when he signed with Nike, Phil Knight was quoted as saying he could be the next Jordan. So I think people were saying he could be the next Jordan based on the marketability, which he definitely lived up to the expectation with the marketability. But as far as matching everything that Jordan did on the court, as far as winning championships, no, he didn't match that because their careers were completely different. And the pieces given to him.
Hang on. I mean, ESPN literally said that he proved himself, or was proving himself rather, as capable as Jordan on and off the court. So that's definitely what they were saying.
Well, he
I
was.
hear.
Hey, hold
No,
on.
hang on.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm not gonna fight for y'all on my channel now. But what I'm saying is, because of these expectations, because of him getting to a point in his career where he was able to dictate who his coaches were, who his teammates were, and he still did not win those championships or lost in the finals, that is him underachieving. That's what.
Jose, my question to you is this: if Jordan in his fourth year, and I think we all remember Jordan in his fourth year and the team that he had in like '88, let's say that Bulls team overachieves and they get to the NBA Finals, but they lose because obviously they're just severely outmatched. Do we ding Jordan because as a young player in his fourth year, he overachieved, got his team to the finals? But now because Jordan in '88, they ended up losing in the playoffs. They lost in the first round. So, or I think it was the first round, but they lost. They didn't overachieve. Yeah. So LeBron in his fourth year, would he have been better? Would it have been better for him to lose in the first round instead of getting that scar on his record going to the finals versus the Spurs?
I mean, in theory, yes, because we don't remember second place. We don't give a damn about second place. Your goal is to win this championship. And by you in the finals, that hinders your success.
So was it impressive when Allen Iverson got to Philly to the finals?
Yes, based off the expectations. Yes, it was.
Yeah, so based off the expectation in 07, was it impressive that LeBron got his team to the final?
Yes, it was impressive. Yes.
But because he overachieved, he was going to have to face the dynasty Spur team that would give him an instant scar on his finals record. He could never be undefeated in the finals because of that, because he overachieved.
It's not about being necessarily undefeated in the finals, but you must have a winning record in the finals to be in the GOAT conversation. Right? That's what we ultimately.
I mean, if that's your criteria, I'm not knocking your criteria.
Hey guys, that's not true because in 1988, 89, they labeled Michael Jordan as a GOAT, and he didn't win not one championship.
People were saying that Michael Jordan needed to win a championship. It probably was some people saying he the GOAT, but as a majority, it was consensus that hey, he has to win a championship. He was getting flack for not winning the championship. That's a fact.
If you look at all news outlets,
hold on, he was getting flack for not winning championships. By who?
By who in particular? I can't give you a name off the top of my head, but I got to do my research. But that's definitely was the conversation that he needed to win a championship. Is he just a scorer? Is he just this? You know what I'm saying? So he definitely had to win a championship.
No, but by 87, 88, they called Jordan the best player in the league, and he didn't need to win a championship.
I mean, that might be their opinion, but nah, that's not true at all to how the world gonna see it. So
he was Defensive Player of the Year. He was the league MVP.
I get that, but you have to win.
So are you telling me if a guy wins Defensive Player of the Year and league MVP in the same year, that because he doesn't have a championship, you're not gonna say he's the best player?
No, not at all. But you still have to win in order to get into the GOAT conversation. He might be the best player in the league, but he wasn't the GOAT. You know what I'm saying?
No, but LeBron does have 4 championships. That's winning.
Right. Okay, he got 4. How did he get his 4 championships? Though? That's
about how he won them.
No, that matters too. Context matters.
But then you have to grade how everybody else won theirs.
Well, hang on. We just skipped a whole bunch of years, though. We're talking about whether he was the GOAT in 87, 88, because he didn't or did win. I mean, he didn't, but whether or not he won a championship, can you say that he's the GOAT? And now we're flash forwarding to 4 championships.
No. I think no one's going to deny, like, it was all over the news. They labeled Jordan the GOAT in the late 80s, going into the 90s. He didn't have to win the championship for people to call him the GOAT.
Right, they were.
It was solidified.
They were calling him the GOAT by then. Right. I'm just trying to make the point. I'm just trying to correct this idea that he was an underdog out of nowhere and no one expected him to be the next Jordan, and then he achieved this greatness. Everybody expected him to be the next Jordan, or at least the media was writing, whether that's sensationalized, whether that's fair, whether they should have written that. they were writing that from the time he was 17 all the way through. They never took a year off on that in those early years. So this was not an underdog.
And correction.
Hold on. So Jordan, so are you telling? So you could easily argue, and it'd be very subjective, but when you say underdog is team, not individual. There's no single individual. Like, I don't care how good Jordan was. He was not going to walk into the NBA and make the Bulls better. He was always going to be an underdog.
I completely agree with you, but unfortunately, that's what was said on this show, that he was an underdog, that those were not the expectations. Nobody said he was the next Jordan.
The expectations for the team were low, but LeBron, as an individual, surpassed every expectation. As an individual player, he passed every expectation. Team-wise, he didn't have the team to. He was an underdog because of his team. So winning in team, they were underdogs. Individual, he was close to a superstar by his third year.
We all agree on that. We all agree on that.
I agree with you on that, but what was said was that he individually was the underdog, and nobody was expecting him to be.
You gotta address who said that, because I don't.
Yeah, see, in the same way, we have to address who's called Jordan the GOAT without winning championship. A lot of people felt that Jordan was the best player they ever seen, and then they say, okay, well, they expect him to start winning championship, so they were writing a check that they didn't have the money in the bank yet, right? And so the money in the bank to call him the greatest player of all time, which is different than the best player we've ever seen, that he had to start winning championship. He had to start putting the money in the bank. So yes, and correction, in '88, they got to the second round. They lost to the Pistons. So that was year 4, LeBron got to the finals. Year 4, Jordan got to the second round. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So calling him a lot of people thought that they were the best player we ever seen. We thought he was a better individual talent than Jordan, than both Bird and Magic.
He officially got the GOAT tag in 1992, according to Sports Illustrated.
And that's Sports Illustrated trying to sell papers. We all know that a big thing is.
This is not a writer. This is a poll of 493,000 people.
Well, that's a lot of people. You're right. Okay. Well, then a lot of people felt that what they were seeing was special. Why did they give that to LeBron?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, and I think what a lot of people criticize is Jordan was able to get the GOAT label over Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but he didn't need to have a whole bunch of championships. He just needed to be a great player. But for anybody that has Jordan up, they have to go 6-0, 7-0, 8-0 in the finals.
Fair. That's a very fair point. And to that, again, remind you, a lot of people calling Kareem the GOAT in the 70s when he only had the one championship, and 5 of his 7 MVPs, he didn't come close to winning a championship. He didn't get to the finals.
Conversation in the 70s.
Say again.
There was no such thing as a GOAT conversation in the 70s.
It was because 1980 they made the official GOAT. They made the official GOAT poll in 1980, and I think they named Bill Russell the official one.
Where did the term GOAT come from, King Ro?
Greatest of all time. Okay.
Who was the first person that made it, popularized it?
LL Cool J.
Well, LL Cool J. Okay, but we're talking about greatest of all time. So all right, it wasn't called the GOAT, but we would think who was the best player in league history. That's probably what they would say, and that's essentially translates to GOAT, greatest of all time. Again, we do this back, and I always say the GOAT conversation stuff is boring, right? Because at the end of the day, right, you have a lot of things that subjectively place into it, teams and whatnot, and again, everybody does not have they're not dealt the same hand of cards, right? You sit at a poker table, you play spades, right? Anybody play spades, poker, any card game? People get dealt better hands than others, right? And it's really how you play the hands, whether you can win a certain game. All right, we get it.
So you're saying Michael Jordan was dealt a better hand than LeBron?
Honestly, not really. They both came into similar situations.
Really.
Jordan was the third pick on a bad Bulls team. LeBron was the first pick of a bad Cavs team. The difference is come year 3. Hold on, come year 3.
But what you're not mentioning is that because the Bulls were so bad when Jordan got there, they were able to still get lottery picks and make the team better. LeBron.
No, they didn't do a lottery because they made the playoffs. Actually, the lottery started the year after. They never won the lottery.
They made the playoffs. They made the playoffs with a 30-52 record. They were 20 games below 500.
You do know why that was, right?
Hold on.
You do know why that was, though, right?
They were they were 20 games below 500. They made the playoffs because the East was just that bad.
No, sir. Here's the thing. No.
There's no team today that can make the playoffs with 30 wins.
You're right. But let's do math now. Hold on, Lamont. Saying that the East was bad is disingenuous.
How did they get the lottery pick to draft Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant?
Okay, they didn't get a lottery pick. Okay, they made it. They traded up to get Scott. Okay, right. Okay, Lamont. Now
so bad, they got the wrong guy.
Lamont, they traded up. They had the 8th pick, which was outside of the lottery. Remember, at 88, was it 87? You didn't have the expansion yet. So you only had 23 teams in the league. You actually added 2 teams, then you added the next 2 teams.
They Charlotte, made the playoffs with a 30-52 record.
You're right, and because it's 16 teams and a 23.
You tried to make it seem like Jordan made them better. They were horrible.
Okay, Lamont, please, no. What you're not gonna do here is now filibuster. Hold on.
They made the playoffs.
They made the playoff. Okay. They wouldn't. Jordan did. Okay, here we're gonna do this. Second season, Jordan was out for 64 games. Lamont. Jordan, the 18 games Jordan played, he had a strict minutes limit of 20 minutes or less. So they were 30 and 52. Lamont, you said that they made the playoffs at 30 and 52 because they were bad. Now, hold on, Lamont. Lamont.
What was his first year? They didn't have a losing record his first year.
They were 38 and 44.
So they were losing. They had
losing. Yes. They have losing, and you got 16 teams making it in a 23-team league. That means, hold on, by the law of average, Lamont, mathematics, a losing team is bound to make the playoffs because more than 2/3 of the league make the playoffs. They had expanded the playoffs from 12 to 16. Well, so it wasn't you tried to make it as if the team.
Okay, Ro, but you got to get to your point. We understand.
Okay, I'm getting to my point. If you stop talking. Now, the Bulls were not in the lottery. They actually missed the lottery. The Cleveland was 29 and 53. Cleveland wound up winning that lottery and drafting Brad Daugherty in 1986, which was LeBron's team. Jordan's teammate in North Carolina. The Bulls did not have a lottery pick. I believe they picked in 86 Brad Sellers. So they weren't in the lottery. They were actually in the playoffs, so they weren't eligible to be one of the teams that could select for the first pick. So they actually picked was it 6th or 7th or something like that based on the record. But the 30 and 52 record had to do with Jordan missing most of the season. And then he actually played with a minutes limit to actually help them get into the playoffs, which they did. The last team in 86. So now Jordan was considerably healthy to play against the Celtics, and he had the series that he had, the legendary 63-point game, which is still the playoff record today. But that's what I'm saying. And similarly, and again, they did not hit. So when the Scottie Pippen trade hit, again, they were not a lottery team. They were outside of the lottery. What they did is they traded up from 8th to 5th to get Scottie Pippen. They traded Olden Polynice. They also traded a pick down the line.
Hold on. Go ahead. What you're missing is the point is this. They still had a top 10 pick.
You're right.
Because what I'm saying is this right here. But LeBron wasn't walking around with losing records where they could get top 10 draft picks to keep supplementing and adding to the roster.
Hold on, let me see something. I believe they actually did. They first of all, they weren't in the lottery. The first 2 years they were in the lottery for LeBron. The
organization was so bad they drafted a bum.
All right. They did draft a bad player.
Because that's organization.
Okay, but wait a minute. It wasn't like the Bulls were hitting on everybody either. They drafted Brad Sellers. They drafted Brad Sellers, sir. They drafted Horace Grant and LeBron. That was year 4. But that was year 4. So by year 4, they finally hit. So he had to play the first 3 years with bad players.
No, he did
so it's
not.
very similar situation.
That's not true.
Yes, it's not true now.
Because remember, you struggle to tell us any player that was a number 2 option for LeBron that could average 20 a
No,
game.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Jordan
No, I
played
didn't.
with a guy. Hold on. Jordan played with a guy that was giving him 20 a game. He just couldn't get along with the guy.
Oh, you mean Orlando Woolridge? You know Orlando Woolridge?
Was Orlando Woolridge considered coming in? Was Orlando Woolridge coming in just as good and athletic as Michael Jordan? They even had a nickname for their dude.
I mean, Orlando was a talented scorer.
No. We're talking about in the moment. We're not talking about in hindsight now that we've seen his career play out. In the moment, Orlando Woolridge was looked at as a great player. He's a bum now because we saw how his career panned out.
No, he wasn't a bum. He was a talented scorer, but not much else. And that was not enough. That was not enough to go again. And again, you take the playoff losses. Like LeBron never lost into the first round until Phoenix.
Using the losses to ding Jordan.
Okay, so what? I'm missing the point.
Failure in Jordan's career. I don't never use any of his failures to say I can't rank him.
I'm glad. I
got Jordan ranked as the GOAT because of all the positives in his career.
So we stay there. You're right.
His career. Oh, he had a losing record before Pippen. I can't rank him as the GOAT.
Great. We agree there. So now anybody you agree? Hold on, sir. You agree that anybody that used the losing record before Pippen argument is making a stupid argument, right?
No, what I'm
it's a stupid argument, right?
Use a player's faults and negatives to say they can't be something. I only judge what you did great versus what this player did great.
Cool, but we're going down this memory lane about lottery picks and stuff like that because we're trying to excuse LeBron not having as much help as Jordan supposedly had.
About LeBron's 4th year, he was in the finals, and you guys were sitting here expecting him to beat the Spurs by himself.
No, I wasn't. I was expecting him to play better.
You talk about how bad he shot.
I was expecting him to play better. That was it.
Him to play better. It wasn't like he was getting blown out by the Spurs. The Spurs weren't just kicking it out.
Like he has to take and see with the accountability word, Lamont, that we argued over last week. We just expect him to play better.
We didn't argue over that. There was no argument.
Talk about how LeBron in the 4th quarter, in the last 3 losses against the Spurs in the 4th quarter in overtime, he was 9 of 24, 37%.
But he was a 4th-year player. What do you think 4th-year players do in the playoffs?
Play better in the fourth quarter.
Your average is supposed to go up in the playoffs, not down.
Hold on. How are your averages supposed to go up against one of the best defenses in NBA history?
Sir, the star players' numbers go up in the playoffs.
Hold on. Jordan. When Jordan lost, his numbers weren't always going up.
They actually were. See that we're doing this. We're doing this. They actually did. His numbers were very comparative. Jordan never had a playoff run where his numbers went down across the board from the regular season. Never happened.
In a series?
In the playoff run.
Okay.
Now you want to tell me his numbers dipped slightly against the Detroit Pistons?
We use LeBron's entire playoff run. It's also going to be hard to find where his numbers all went down.
Possible. I have seen a couple. I have seen him shoot considerably worse.
Okay, so just because we can do the same, we can pluck series and play with these numbers. We can do the same thing with Kobe. We can do it with all the great.
You're right. But remember this conversation started comparing Kobe versus the Spurs versus LeBron versus the Spurs.
Where LeBron's numbers just plummeted like they did in the finals versus Dallas or something like that.
You said what?
I'm saying he said playoff run. I give you that. Across entire playoff runs, Jordan's numbers were definitely solid, and they barely wavered from what he did in the regular season. But if I want to be petty and I want to go pluck into at a series where he got stifled, or I don't know what he could have been dealing with, and I want to find a series where his numbers dipped a little bit from his season averages, I'm sure I could find that. But does that mean anything? That just means the other team was a great defensive team, more than likely. That's what great defenses do. They make it hard.
Of course. And Jordan played against great defensive team and never played as bad. And again, the same thing with Kobe. And that's kind of what, again, as I started this conversation, I think they're great players. Hold on. I think they're great players, but I'm separating them based on what I saw them against similar competition. And again,
Kobe's numbers drop in 2011 versus the same Dallas Mavericks team.
We all know Kobe had a significant injury, and yes, it did, right? It did. But also you're talking about a Kobe that won 5 championships before. So okay, you got one instance where same competition, and we do Kobe. We all know Kobe had a sprained ankle in that series. Come on now,
bro. Every player has a sprained ankle by the time they get to the playoffs.
Okay, all right. So okay, Kobe couldn't. His ankle was that bad.
But Kobe, man, he choked.
Okay, so Kobe choked, but by the time he choked, he was a 5-time champion already. So I have five times where Kobe won a championship, and I can't consider him that the norm. But I've had multiple times where LeBron did.
Why is it?
And that's what I'm judging.
I always say it was an injury.
We can't. I mean, again, Kobe had injuries before. But hold on, Kobe had injuries before and played very well. Again, must have been very significant.
Players' negatives. I don't even like doing this.
Look, we don't have to. At the end of the day, we don't have to. But you picked and choose one instance. When I said, because again, Kobe played, and people could consider the Spurs team before that much better than the Mavericks team that you picked out, and that's cool. That's fair. It's fair. Yeah, I mean, like this is so abnormal for Kobe to drop to 22 points a game in a playoff run. It's very abnormal. So I'm to believe that he was severely injured.
What you're doing is you're taking a guy who, when you talk about a guy in LeBron James, his natural inclination is not to go out guns a-blazing. He's a completely different type of basketball.
I completely agree. Completely agree.
A guy like Kobe is gonna. The majority of times, not saying every time, but the majority of times, Kobe is going to go out guns a-blazing, shooting the shit out of that ball, because that's just that's as a shooting guard, as that type of attack style of guard, where the offense demanded that he gets up a high volume of shots. That was just that's what Phil wanted him to do. This is why I never uses Kobe's inefficiency against him, because Phil Jackson himself said the offense was designed for Kobe to take a lot of bad shots.
To be inefficient. Exactly. We agree.
So at the end of the day, what you want LeBron to do is you want LeBron, win, lose, or draw, is to go outside of his nature of or MO as a player, to just go out guns a-blazing to get to a points per game that looks good enough for you, whether he wins or loses. That's just not his MO.
Got you. All right. And I can accept your Kobe example against the Mavericks. Number one, two problems there. Number one, LeBron didn't play well against the same Mavericks team. Number two, Gasol, who you always said was the adequate number 2, he only averaged 13 himself for the playoff run.
You are comparing, when you talk about Bron and Kobe, you're comparing two completely different types of players.
No, and I get it. Again, I get it.
Outputs completely differently.
I get it. At the end of the day, you know what is similar though? You're right. They have different attacks, different areas of the floor that they attack. But at the end of the day, they have always been their team's main ball handler. The offense runs through them.
10 or 35 and it'd be a good game.
You're right. Because you watch that game and you understand exactly what. Yeah, I get it. And LeBron actually plays. Hold on. And LeBron actually plays to be more efficient. To get his shots close to the basket.
No, it's not even about where he gets his shots, because you're making it all about scoring the ball. Kobe, if you're talking about Kobe or even Jordan, they're scoring the ball in defense, if you want to say defense. Bron's game encompasses all different types of elements. This is one of the reasons why they said he's more comparable to Magic. What you're doing is you're putting the expectation of a scorer, of natural born, and the offense relied on these guys to be high volume scorers, versus Bron, who his role in the offense is a lot of times to be a scorer and a facilitator for others.
Kobe facilitates enough too, but you're right. They're different. There's different ways. You're right.
So
there's different ways.
Why are you judging a LeBron stat line the same way you judge a Kobe stat line, when they're two different positions?
I'm actually judging the performance. I'm talking about
performance. I said evaluating the stat line. Like I said, for most players, if you shoot 10 or 35, I'm probably gonna say you was shot chucking and you was ball hogging and you was bad. But for Kobe and the way that offense was designed, he could go 10 to 35 and it'll be a great game for him. Because
depending on when. Yes, two things depending on when he hit the 10, whether they won or not. How many opportunities? How many great opportunities will develop for the rest of the team? Yeah, so, no, I get it. I don't stat sheet job.
Kobe was a high volume.
We understand that. We understand that.
High volume and even take bad shots. Kobe.
See, we understand that. We understand that. Look, sir, LeBron said out of his mouth after the Spurs series where they famously turned him into a jump shooter. That was the way of the kryptonite for LeBron Superman, right?
We played the whole game on our channel. That's not what was happening. They were not giving him jump shots. They were pressed.
No, it's not about giving him jump shot, but they were limiting his attack. They were limiting his forays to the paint. They were cutting off a lot of his passing lanes.
No, go back and watch the games. They were picking him up beyond the 3-point line.
Okay, cool.
They were not allowing him to shoot. Go watch.
Cool. I get it. But again, all of that took away LeBron's bread and butter. Again, all of that took away a lot of LeBron's bread and butter.
5 guys to stop LeBron. You really think they deployed one guy and said, "Yeah, this one guy to just really stop LeBron"? No, it took 5 guys to stop Bron.
Give the ball up. Again, you know what? Okay, if you're describing that, then you're describing similar to what happened to Kobe when Kobe supposedly went rogue against 04 Pistons.
Kobe went rogue on his own when Shaq was dominating. You got a guy on your team averaging 27 and 10 and 64% shooting. Give him the dang ball. LeBron didn't have nobody doing that.
Yeah, if you can get the rock up.
Yo.
Yeah.
Let's I ain't gonna lie, man. It's 6 hours, 11 minutes.
This is what FYF does, man. He can go all night, man. Yo, I will say this was a good spirit discussion. The Cuz got some help here. You understand what I'm saying? We could go back and forth all night, and that's what you wind up doing. At the end of the day, Jose, and I just want to just say this before we dip out. Yeah. I really think that these guys are the greatest. I think LeBron is one of the greatest of all time. So when you start ranking players, if you're going to really kind of go off of what you value, you have to start slicing it. You got to start peeling the skin off the potato to get down to the and this is what happens. You start looking at individual, and at the end of the day, bro,
they're trying to shut the show down, man.
He's a great player. I don't like to sit there and I'm not gonna go crazy because you like LeBron over Kobe, or you like Kobe over LeBron, even if you like him over Jordan. Again, at the end of the day, let's kind of be fair and let's tell the truth on these narratives. That's it.
Let's be fair. You know, we're gonna have to set this up for a day. Like we're gonna have to get everybody load up on their channels, and we're gonna have to have a real debate.
Yeah, man. As we said, over at Goldcast Hoops, we trying to set a summer debate league, man. We gonna get on more subject than just Kobe versus LeBron and Mike versus Jordan, because we find that to be boring. But you know what I mean? If y'all want to do that, whatever y'all want to do, we gonna try to set up a debate show.
You know what getting DP'd is?
What's that? Double what DP?
When you getting put off. That's what it felt. That's what it'd be like when King Rowe come over to FYF, man. It's just like he getting jumped, man.
But I show up every time, though, don't I?
He can't get nothing off, man. He start lying. We kill him.
No, I never lie. See, that's the thing about me. I never lie. I always come back to my initial argument, and that's the deal. But you know, like I said, man, look, these are all great players, man. We saw a great Game 7 tonight. Obviously, unfortunate.
Stop it.
Well, unfortunate. It was great up until the injury, but it was a Game 7, and you know we crowned a new champion this year. Yeah, summertime. You know what I mean. Salute to all you guys, man. I really, again, like I said, I told you, Lamont, I come up to have basketball conversations, not to prove nobody wrong. You know what I mean, and that's what we do, man. That's what we do. So salute.
Yeah, we got to lock something in. Hold on. Zay, I'm gonna put my what's the best way to do it? I'm gonna just put my
put your email up. Yeah, put your email.
I'll put my email in the private chat for you.
Cool.
Or two, if you don't want to put it in the hold on. I think we got people in
I can put it in there. I ain't worried about it.
Oh, for sure.
Whatever's easier, my phone number or my email. I don't care.
Because I got my emails on my profile, like in my bio. don't know if you want to just send me.
Oh yeah, I'll shoot you an email then. I'll just go to your
so you don't have to.
Oh, I got it right there. I got King Rose now. So yeah, we can set that up, man. Whenever you want to collab or do something, man, just let me know, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my shit up in here.
Yeah. Oh, let me lock this in with King Rose, man.
I see you be having Gil over there too.
Cuz, man, you gonna have to pull. You know what I'm saying? You have to pull up to Zay a little more often, man.
Oh, you said Will?
I know y'all getting into the football chatter over the summer.
I seen that video. FYI, y'all had Dreamers Pro stressed out, man.
Oh man, you know the funniest thing about that? The funniest thing about it is this right here, right?
Yeah.
Somebody asked me to do the live, and I was like, nah. I was like, everybody else been beating up on Dreamers Pro. I don't even want it, but they was like, nah, we need you to do it. I ended up doing it. I did not know Gil would show up. I did not know Dreamers Pro would show up. Everybody was like, yeah, you back doing Dreamers Pro. And I'm like, bro, I did not know it was going to be all this, man. Like,
yeah, man.
Well, listen, man, if you pull up anywhere, be ready, man. As I say, I always know what my argument is. It always go down a rabbit hole. But you know what I mean? I'm gonna stand on what I feel, man. You know, again, at the end of the day, it's all opinions. You know, again, I just want people to understand, man, my top 10, these are the greatest of all time. And
exactly.
You know,
we put his criteria in the algorithm.
Your algorithm.
2 times. And it's got LeBron as the GOAT.
And I put mine 3 times and it got MJ as the GOAT. So the ChatGPT ain't an exact science. We all know that. But again, bro, look, LeBron is definitely one of the GOATs. I just grade a different way. I value consistent winning. I value a lot. Again, if he had more all-time great teams, I would definitely have him in the top 5. I think he got one all-time great team in 22 years. That's
FYI, y'all had Dreamers Pro bringing up money and shit.
He started tripping, man. Look, I didn't even want to go because I wanted him to pull up more often, but man, it just went left, man. He ain't never coming back again.
And that's the thing. See, people got to leave their ego at the door, man. At the end of the day, basketball talking content. This is what's going on, man. Yo, ESPN. People out there in the street saying, I don't want to watch ESPN. I'm sick of that scripted bullshit. I like what we see on YouTube. So again, we all a community out here doing. You know, I just jumped in here because you know. I love talking.
Jack reposted Go James Kingdom.
Yeah, man.
Go James Kingdom. That's crazy.
Yeah, Shaq. I heard Shaq was reposting. Yeah, some of the. Yeah, man. Look, so we out there. We reaching the people, man. So everybody got their lane. I say keep it peace because I respect all content creators, whether I agree. And the fact that I disagree with you makes it fun because if you had an echo chamber. It ain't as fun. But at the end of the day, tell the truth. Tell the truth. Because there's cats out there paid a lot of you. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, again, there's lies that come from both sides. Let's keep it 1,000. There's hyperbole on Jordan. There's hyperbole on Kobe. There's hyperbole on LeBron. But, you know, and real talk, I think the 60s don't get the love. That's one thing I agree with you, Lamont. The 60s get really disrespected, and a lot of people are uneducated to go back there and just really research and, you know, because at the end of the day, we wouldn't have an NBA if them guys weren't successful in the 60s. You know what I mean? In the 70s. So
that's for sure.
You know, I'm gonna be in touch with y'all, man.
No doubt. Respect, salute.
All right, shout out to everybody that tapped in, tuned in. Shout out to everybody that sent the donation in.
We had a marathon tonight, bro.
Just a messenger. Geeky, Hayden, Uncle Rico, Sean Price, Joel, Creative Rob, McZuggins. I appreciate the Bucks, my nigga Bucks. Everybody, shout out if you still rocking with us. We definitely had a long stream today. I know I ain't streamed much this week.
You had to make up for it in one stream.
Zay. He said Zay sound like his spirit depleted. I've been on this motherfucker for 6 hours, man. I ain't left this in 6 hours.
Peace out.
Go to bed. No, I'm saying. But nah, I appreciate everybody. Shout out LaCuz who came through. LaCuz probably on this motherfucker sleep. But you know,
Yo,
oh yeah, there you go. Shout out to LaCuz, man, for coming through. It's been a long day. You know, anything y'all boys got to say? Cause you know the season's over. Congratulations to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Thank Scott Foster and thank Halliburton's injury. And you know, hey, what y'all gotta say? Anything y'all gotta say before y'all go?
I want to say good show. You know, you guys handled y'all L a little tough tonight on the show on the chat. So, you know,
what L?
You say what L?
Yeah.
All of those facts that
y'all been moving the goalposts every night.
All those facts that was coming at y'all too rapid. You guys was dancing around, talking about.
Y'all are still so fixated on the beginning of LeBron's career. Let's talk about when he got the help he needed. He still lost. He still lost.
Yeah, you guys don't handle L's pretty well.
You know what I'm saying? The greatest player in his prime, the supposed greatest player of all time, lost with all the help in the world. So clearly, he's not the greatest. I guess Kevin Durant the greatest then, huh?
And then y'all couldn't even answer my man questions. Every question he asked, y'all was talking about what happened at the other ranch a couple of weeks ago and all that. Y'all couldn't answer the man questions.
Man, y'all sick, man. It's over with, man. It's over with, y'all. You know, this conversation, we have to, like I said, we're gonna set up a big live where everybody's on there. Everybody gonna have to spit their rounds. You know what I mean? Because we got to figure out how we're going to get this shit done. Because there's going to be a lot of us in there. But we definitely have to spit our rounds, get our rounds off. Because we gotta destroy these narratives, these fake narratives. You know what I mean? Because LaFody James, again, they talk about the lack of help he had. Okay, I understand. He didn't have a Scottie Pippen on his team, right? But what happened when he got one? He still lost. What happened when he got, you know what I'm saying, a big three? He still lost. You know what I mean? The lockout season, Ray Allen, and then you're looking at the bubble. And then you're looking at NBA interference, you know what I'm saying, in 2016. And Kyrie Irving. So, you know, it's just many asterisks.
I got a question, cuz. This is just a question.
Yeah.
How do the 98-99 San Antonio Spurs championship count when they only played 50 games and the LeBron James bubble championship don't count because they played in the bubble?
They played in an isolated, controlled environment.
Okay, but okay, what's the difference?
No crowd.
I don't ever hear the Spurs to get talked about with their championship being non-valid.
Still had the elements of basketball, home court advantage, non-home court advantage. Those things matter during a game.
Oh, here we go. All right, I'm gone. I'm gone.
Don't the crowd matter?
Good night, bro. I'm
gone. Home court, when statistically during that season, the home court didn't matter during the bubble. That was the lowest season for home teams winning in over 20 years. Come on. But like I said, y'all, I appreciate y'all. Look, it's FYF. Yeah, all right. We're going to definitely lock in, man. I'm going to have to go in there and take a dump on the fanboys. I'm going to need some energy to do it because, you know, the fanboy energy strong. You feel me? Yeah, I said Bron played in the lockout season too. I said that. That just made it harder. It was neutral court, man. How is that harder? It's neutral. There's no crowd. You got motherfuckers on the jumbotron looking at you. You ain't even. You're not even. Come on, man. Like, we gotta stop this. We gotta stop it. I don't want to keep going too long, but I appreciate everybody. He says that Real Mind Crime definitely reacted to my turnover video. Shout out to Real Mind Crime. He a real one for that. I appreciate y'all. Even FYF, thanks for sliding through, man. I see you got a lot of stuff, and I see you up there. I see you busting. But you know I gotta come over there. We're gonna have to shut you down, though. We're gonna have to shut it down. You feel me? Got to go over there and talk some sense to the fanboys. Like, see, it's one thing when we talking about it, but I got footage. Like, y'all see my footage. You see it in real time, man. That's the stuff ESPN don't show y'all is on my channel. The turnovers, the missed shots. You know what I mean? The circumstantial breakdowns that LaForty go through. Shout out, yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, we going up there, man. I appreciate y'all. I ain't finna keep going though. Everybody have a good night. Tap in with me. I'll be back with more content tomorrow. Y'all be safe.